I mean, if Jeebus is ready.
Yep.
You rolling?
Rolling.
There you go. Jeebus is ready.
Yep.
All right. Well, welcome back to session 23 of Sea of Sorrows. It has been some time, and my brain is getting half of what happened last time. See, Jason agrees.
So hold on. I forgot that. So I've had a migraine this entire day, and it hurts a lot. And so I put in my DoorDash thing. Don't buzz the door. I have a migraine, or I'll fight you. I put, and then of course they buzz the door. So I go down there, and this guy is just standing there, and he's looking at his phone, and I could see him like, oh shit. Because he's reading the comments. And so I open the door, he goes, listen, man, I just read the comments, I'm so sorry. I was like, oh, it's okay, don't worry, man. Alright? Poor man.
Oh, man.
Oh, poor guy.
Okay.
You have to ritual combat that man now.
Alright, here, I'll jump into the Sea of Sorrows game, because
Anyway.
I can see you there, buddy.
Might want to restart.
Okay, so hi, welcome back. It's session 23 or something like that, and of Sea of Sorrows.
Started?
No worries.
Yes.
Sorry. Okay.
No worries.
Continue.
No worries.
This has been immortalized. Congratulations. It has been a while because I traded weeks with Jeebus the Dingus for Drake Salvation. So this will be, of course, we'll be alternating. So this will be the new schedule. Last time, if I remember, the party made its way through the outskirts of Mordhold, aka the Crimson City, having fought a number of unusual enemies that seem to have abilities and resistances they weren't quite expecting in undead. Having made their way through what they assumed to be most of the outskirts, they came across a group of glowing enemies surrounding a tabaxi woman. Let me see if I can get her map in. She seemed to be in combat with them, having gray fur with patches and her paws and such of a lighter or ruddy orange-ish nature. She turned to them. They fell down a small watering hole, at least Deckham did. And that is where we're picking back up. Do you remember what I was using for the combat music for this one?
Brain don't remember.
I'm on a black screen, I cannot find it.
Shift Z, shift click, there we go.
There we go.
I'm so glad all of our enemies here are glowing, because I could actually see them.
Second, you might want to get up.
What?
Is he just like face down in the mud or whatever?
Oof. They look troublesome.
Yeah. Oh, here's something. They're not too bad.
The initiative.
I don't know if you guys remember, but I did get my ass kicked the last time, so.
I think we all
Don't
have.
get your ass kicked then.
Let's just look over to Zamar and just said, why don't you secure the safety of the other combatant here. She might have information about your kin, or at least the family.
I will say that she is dressed in it's a very stylized form of fencing leathers. You kind of recognize the style as something that some of the tabaxi at the Zircus Des Arcanon were wearing. And she's wielding a rapier in one hand and has a pistol on her other hip. So, Kyle, it's your turn.
Alright, so... right now, I'm just gonna hold my action until someone, hopefully Elliot, targets the first enemy, and I'm just gonna throw a funny psychic dagger at them. I guess that's technically a whole turn and stuff, so now I just wait.
Elliot.
Alright. Hold on. Let me just see if I can. I only got one spell slot left. Could I do this?
Oh no, can you?
Or rather, I should say, do I want to do this? And the answer is yes. So, I'm gonna go to my bonus action. Well, that was not supposed to be the casting of it, but here we go. Spiritual weapon, so the first one that's right there in the front.
So you can just spiritual weapon.
Yes, also minus that radiant because I don't have divine favor anymore. I forgot to click that off. Let me see. Can I just drag the sword of the thing here? No, I cannot. Never mind.
What is, just because it's always fun for the sake of flavor, what is Elliot's?
Sacred weapon looks like a sword. Literally,
Yeah.
Literally a copy
Okay.
of the sword, black sword of the
I
thing.
mean, literally just
Blade of the
like
black
the
thumb
very...
block.
It's literally just like, here's the same sword I'm wielding, but now it's in space.
Pretty much. We're gonna run over
There you
here.
go, Mike.
Perfect.
Yeah.
I didn't see it before because it blended in very well. That's perfectly fine. Alright. And I'm going to move over here. Make sure I delete that. Lower that spell thing to 0. And here we go. 2 swings.
Alright, and here's my line that I was saving until Elliot hit.
24 hit. Oh, there it is. And 16 does not, I'm afraid.
Damn.
But the
Ooh.
24 does hit. You remember the last glowing guy you fought, and, your radiant didn't seem to do much.
Ellie's going to give the word. They're like the big one.
A pain in the ass?
Ellie just shakes his head and then asks, well, end my turn.
It's, Tabaxi. Alright, so, you're at least intelligent. And you don't seem to be going after me, going after them. Alright, so it seems we can at least work together now. Hello!
I imagine like it's like muffled though because his face is still on the ground.
Yeah.
Like it's here.
Why are you from the carnival?
Dickum, pick up your faceplate.
He picks up his head and looks at you.
Oh my god!
He's actually working it.
I hate it.
I love it. It's great.
I see you, folks. from the chest.
She steps over here. She's going to use... No, she's not going to do that. Well, she does get that. As you watch, as she flicks the rapier, and you hear it click, and it seems like at first it shatters before becoming basically a very long piece of razor wire.
Can't see anything, but it sounds amazing.
I love.
That is an impressive weapon.
I am generally a huge, like, above table. I am a huge fan of fucking chain swords.
Oh, yeah.
So. Except they have no practicality are in real life.
No, but they look awesome, especially for Castlevania.
True.
Oh yeah, this thing reaches out, and you watch as it cuts into them, and she pulls them into her. Let's see, what's a good one for restraint? Use that one. Grappled. And she does... Since it is a disadvantage, but she will. Oh. Yeah, it fell the wrong way.
Hope it didn't blow up on her hand.
Oh no.
No, I don't do that, so
Okay.
I don't. It did jam, but you hear that clink, and she's just like, God, it's a fucking monster around here.
Ooh, in there.
And that was how much to him? Yep. Because it did ignite into flames too.
Oh.
I keep cooking the wrong sheet. Do you do that? You guys do that a lot?
Oh, all the time.
There we go. Yeah, it took a chunk of health. All right. Now it's their turn.
Well, I'm riding. Ooh, here we go.
It's Morbin time.
So, I'm going to point this problem out.
Oh,
Oh! Ah, yes, tactics.
well, let's hope Elliot can take it.
Whoa.
I believe.
Hmm.
It's only fighting two of them.
I might have to reword that.
Just hits.
And the second attack from it.
Nope. Elliot's
Okay.
AC is 17.
The one you hit has a different weapon.
Aye, that definitely hits.
It's okay, just walk it off.
I'll walk it off eventually. I'll walk it off.
If you have a leg left.
Misses.
Oh, that's against. Oh, I clicked the wrong one. These are against her.
Ooh.
Those hit. Those hit. Ouch. 15, 19.
She was a good NPC the 5 seconds she lasted.
Yeah, that hurt. God, my brain is not working today.
It's all good.
Yeah, those hurt. Okay, I think that's, yeah. Okay. Zamar.
So can I occupy the same?
What did you do?
And Miser roboted pretty hard.
Yeah, so it's probably me. Yep, it was on my end.
I'm gonna fight this guy. I just didn't know if I could occupy the same spot.
I think you can occupy. Yeah, I think you can occupy the same space as the spiritual weapon. It's not really.
And then we're just gonna punch this guy.
Punch him in the throat like a good monk.
Yeah, it doesn't actually say it takes up space.
Yeah.
Weird.
But it also doesn't infer that you can have the
I
same
guess-
space.
I guess that is just damn discretion then.
I'm gonna say it's just like, whatever, you know, it's a weapon, it can take up the same space. I mean, for that matter, it can just float over his head, so... 19.
And I'm gonna spend a key point to do a stunning strike,
Okay.
which is a con save, DC save. 14. Doesn't matter either way.
Shouldn't have been an advantage, but it was still an 8, so, boom, sucker.
I have to have my turn, but I have to be right back anyway, so that's pretty much it for me.
Check him.
Alright. Well. Jacko is going to pretty much run straight forward, clap both of these assholes on the back, and I'm going to twin spell haste. And with that, I'm going to use my tempestuous magic to float away like a metal asshole.
I guess my question is why did you run up to him, but... it's
Haste
pretty
is
great.
touch.
Haste. No, haste is 30 feet.
Oh, I thought haste was touch.
It might be actually. Hold on.
No, I'm looking at it, it says 30 feet.
Yeah, 30 feet.
Jacob, I'm going to run in. Fuck, I didn't have to.
Oh! That's fucking spells.
It happens, buddy. It happens. Okay, so like.
He's looking at haste, that's still a brutality.
It's a fucking action or bonus. That's an action. Damn, okay, cool, I'm dead. Just be over here blind.
Oh my goodness, my machine is lagging a bit on my end.
Is it just like your provider or something?
Probably. Kind of.
Alright, Kale. Sorry.
No, you're fine. I have now, this person's stunned, correct?
Yeah.
Alright, I'll just, Wow, I missed crit by 1. Oh, let's hit auto crits. Forget how...
Think
I forget-
stun auto crits?
I forget. I'm gonna assume not, but I'll just...
No, I don't think it does.
Okay. Alright, but yeah, that's to the first one.
Unless you're
And
referring to
same.
paralyze.
I might be.
No, you just have attack or advantage.
Okay. And then here comes my bonus action. This won't have the sneak attack, but I'm just gonna leave it on, because I don't feel like turning it off. Achoo! Jesus. When my bonus action that is less damage actually hits a lot harder. And that's the same one.
You're not looking good.
Alright. I did all the damage I can do. That's my turn. I'm not moving.
Elliot.
Alright, you know what? Bonus actions?
You are hasted.
Excellent. Alright, bonus action. Sending that spiritual weapon to help the other girl there.
Wait, Elliot, doesn't that heal them?
A 10 does not hit.
Kind of flies over. I think it's more of actually my sword that does it.
You haven't noticed it healing them, but you have noticed it hurt, not affecting them.
Right. So he's going to go with the next best thing. He's going to put his sword to the side for a moment and take out them all. And here we go.
Is it against the stunned one?
Yeah. Oh, it's an advanced
So,
different. Yes, I'll just roll it again, see if I can fish that crit.
I'm gonna take the original land damage, so.
Okay.
She's just.
And then I was gonna look over to Zamar, help the miss, the lady.
I don't know if I'm in the right shape to be helping.
You are hasted.
That is true.
So you do have the zoomies.
Plus,
Yes.
you also have a +2 to AC as well.
I also meant Elliot's hasted.
Yeah, but I also got one right over here too, which I gotta slap him a bit. So
I can deal with him, don't worry. If I lose concentration, we all die.
that's the problem.
Where's the we in this? Kayel's in the background?
Ooh, I don't think any of those hit.
No.
Right, so you know what? Just right over here.
Alright.
If I were a hasted buff, what would I do?
Die.
Kick the shit out of something.
That too.
Just
Just just take him to Pound Town or Flavor Town.
nah, just imitate the JoJo. Just do either Ura or Muda as you're punching them.
Pretty much. Basically, you have, what, like 6 attack actions? Not counting Fear of Blows, it's like 8 or 9.
How many attacks do I get?
So you get all your, the way I,
Normally get 3.
plus, and then you get,
So that'll be
I get
4.
the-
I'm gonna keep
One
one
hasted.
more.
and then,
The hasted.
oh yeah, so 4. And I guess technically,
Well,
Well,
5.
no, you have
if I
extra
spend
attack.
key.
yeah, you have extra attack, right?
Yeah.
Alright, so,
So
yeah, sorry, I was
so
off by 1.
yeah, so the extra attack, so that's originally starting with 2. The bonus attack is it makes it 3. With the haste, adds an additional attack to the action, so that's 4. If he bumps it up with flurry of blows, which I forgot the exact number.
That should be 6. Yeah, it'd
Yeah.
be 6. Welcome to Pound Town Hasted Monks. And you also can move at the fucking speed of a bullet train. Because your speed basically got doubled. I think it gets doubled.
Yes, double movement speed, then double that again. with
I'm
the
worried.
only-
He's vibrating.
I mean, you did that to him, so that's kind of on you.
I know. Does anybody know if cats usually steam like that?
No, they don't. They really don't.
Zamar is more or less the first Abaxi I have fought alongside with, so I do not know.
This is probably the second one, and even the one that sprinted like a Sonic didn't do that shit.
You see, as I get like those crazy eyes, the cat crazy eyes. I'm just like looking very quickly back and forth between the enemy that's to the left and the group of enemies that's to the right.
I hate it when the character sheets up. Oh.
Happens.
Ooh, that is nasty amount of damage there.
Yeah, I know. That crit was oof. I know what she is, and I hate that I know.
College
So
of
no
Swords.
mistake.
It's
Yeah, that didn't hit.
probably my favorite bard because it's like, oh yes, I too would love another AC. Fucking defensive flourish is so good.
Alright. You watch her as she misses the first time, then she reels it back as a sword, stabs it, and dances away. Well, let's see here.
Oh god, she might be one of those. Oh, Zamar, you don't have to move far?
Well,
Sorry.
Where'd Elliot go?
I'm right here.
Oh, okay, yeah.
For those
I'm
hits.
alive!
So those are to you. I think the 19 hits for 6.
Yes. The 19 does
Wait,
hit.
even with
That's
the
not it.
even with the boosted AC?
Yes, it is.
Okay.
Elliot's AC is exactly 19 right now.
Oh, wow.
Well, let's see what happens with this one.
Wait, are they talking me?
14,
No, me.
not hitting Elliot.
He's hitting Elliot, who's under the dead
Well,
body.
Oh, okay.
the first 3 were against you, and then the last one was against Elliot.
Okay, so yeah, the 19 was against you.
Oh,
So you did take 6.
wait, they have reach?
Actually, wait, what is it? Zimar, what is your normal AC?
16.
Oh, it's 18.
Yeah, it does hit, because you would have been at 18 for the haste. So,
Okay, so I didn't take that 6 points of damage then.
you didn't take damage.
Oh, okay.
The only attack against you was the 14.
Okay. I thought because... Alright, now I see Zamar's next to me. I was like, wait. I
Good
don't...
job, team.
You're fine, Elliot. Zamar,
Fuck off.
punch you that cat. Which one is this against anyway?
So this is the first 5 are against the one on the right. The last one that I will roll.
So that's, let me see here, just a second. 8, 7, and 8, so 16 plus 7.
What I imagine is you just watch all the fists just go all at once and like, Deckham, what the fuck did you do to him?
And
I accelerated all of his molecules.
Okay, now you
save
figure
will be knocked prone.
What I imagine is because of Deckham's origin, it's like lightning just kind of coming from his face.
And he misses.
5.
He is knocked prone.
I'm just thinking of this
I
in...
pumped them both full of some of the excess energy that comes off my power source.
I don't know if that's a good thing or not.
It's working.
I'm just thinking,
Debatable.
I'm just thinking of that one particular boss fight in Metal Gear...
Vengeance.
Yes.
Fucking, I know what you're talking about. Yeah, thank you. I know exactly what you're talking about now. Fucking it's that. Except it's actually doing damage.
Alright, Zamar, you got anything else going, or?
No, that's it for me.
Check him.
Well, I am gonna. I'm just gonna splash with acid. It's just gonna be these two up here. That's a fail. That's a pass.
Actually, no, I take that. Wait a second. You know what? I should have just gone with it. He was a 5. Either way, he failed that.
That's also a fail. They both take 9 acid damage.
Okay.
And then I'm gonna convert some spells into sorcery points. Other than that, we're good.
Okay, dokie. Fail.
Thank God I actually have 35 feet of move. This guy's prone?
See.
No, I don't want him to see anymore.
You see as I'm like not like hyperventilating, but like breathing very heavily.
That's first one, and... Okay, never mind. Cool. Bonus action. Oh wait, I can't disengage because I used all my movement. Shit. Let me see what else I can do here. Whatever. Bonus action, stab the bitch next to me. It's not gonna be an advantage. I didn't turn it off.
Hit.
So, yeah, I figured that's not gonna hit.
Elliot.
Bonus action. Spiritual weapon shall come from behind. It actually hit. And Ellie's gonna still focus on the one that's right here. With 3 whacks of them all.
Jesus, Elliot, chill.
33 damage.
Yep.
Deckham's just sitting in the background going, this can't be good for the bodies.
Yeah, he went from doing all right to not doing very well.
I'm a very tired monkey boy.
No, you're a cat person, not a monkey boy.
I mean,
Yeah.
Elliot
I'm
probably
like
can handle
battered
it.
and bloody and like totally out of sync with my body and just like
Yeah, that happens to the best
having
of
a
us.
great time.
Just walk it off, rub some drugs in it.
I suppose that does give me the benefit of my undead nature. Since Ellie does not need to breathe.
That's 21. Or wait. Well, that shouldn't have the blade further flourish. That's 18 hit points back, Damar.
Oh, hello. Thank you.
Sounds makes me regret it.
Well, we were looking
Fair,
for
fair.
someone and found you, so...
But with how slow Elliot usually talks, it sounded like a normal sentence to us.
Yeah.
They are gonna go after Elliot's.
Bring it! I'm gonna regret those words now.
Talk shit, get crit. I'm waiting for it.
You take 7, I believe.
Yes. Miss.
Zamar.
The guy in front of me.
Oh,
Oh, wow.
he's hitting too hard now that he's breaking his fist.
I think that's 16.
That's like
It
the
is
fucking
16.
scene. God, it's like that scene
Yep.
from
Unfortunately, I am all out of key points, so.
Well, it's a good thing he's not looking too good. There.
I'm like slightly foaming out the mouth.
Nakam, remind me to never use that shit on me.
Zimar, are you... Oh dear. This is...
I'm good. I'm good.
I'm good. It's like repeating over and over.
It's like, well, yeah, it's like a.
I feel like he's saying that I'm good, as he's just wailing at this thing.
Yeah, it's like I'm good.
I'm good. You're not good. I'm good. You're not good.
That comes through third.
Yeah, Deck, never do that shit to me.
No promises!
Beckham, what'd you put in this stuff, Beckham? What do you do with it?
That was some very good tea that Declan gave you.
A little bit of catnip in there.
Well, I could use AoEs because I could not see where the nice woman is, so I'm just going to use Acid Splash.
You know she's right over here.
Technically, he
Oh,
doesn't.
that really looks like a rock on my screen.
Yeah, I'm gonna
He
say
doesn't know. He doesn't know.
he's kind of blind, Moogle. Sadly.
Would like to check stream. I can see her now.
I have been made privy of her existence.
I will still continue to Acid Splash these guys.
Okay.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
It does kind of blend
I
in, though.
did. DC 60 deck save for 5 acid. Just feel this pace.
It does blend in, though,
Fine.
Beavis.
What?
Said it does blend in, though.
Yeah, it does.
Yeah, sorry. I'll change the token then eventually.
No, you're
No, it's
fine.
good. It's literally just with this background, and that I was like at the corner of my vision, so she's in like that kind of half translucent state.
Yeah.
Because she's
Anything
technically in low light for me.
All right. Like I said, if it ain't broke, since I'm just gonna stay here, I might as well aim steadily, just to hopefully that advantage. So, damn.
Yeah, it hits.
Well, I must resort to stabbing.
Shut up. I hate that I know what that's from.
What is that from? I've heard of
That's
it.
that's Richtofen, and that's like when you stab a zombie.
Yes.
I knew exactly what it was from the moment you said. And this is gonna be thrown at the other one. God damn, I wish I would have got my sneak attack then. I don't think that hits though.
Nope.
Alright. That's my turn.
Okay.
Elliot.
Move this right over here. Bonus action, spiritual weapon, take a swing.
Misses, I'm afraid.
I was afraid of that. Okay, well, I got 3 mauls coming its way. And I'm afraid none of those
Hey,
hit.
don't. Elliot, slow the hell down.
It's moving right here to see if you can give one of the others a flanking. But Elliot moving and all that stuff is like, I'm not used to moving at this speed.
Yeah, I really don't want to see what happens to anyone else. Pretty sure Zamar broke his paw.
Yeah, both of those win, so.
Are there any more?
Not for the moment.
Not that I see.
Deckham, how long does that last?
Right about now.
Is it,
You both
as-
get that wave of exhaustion.
As both of us just collapse to the ground.
That is a strange ability, but it is useful. As
Last time that happened to me, I saw this really tiny red light, and I could never catch it. This is a whole
You like
different
this?
sensation.
that being said, Elliot, yeah, why not? I'm going to use 5 points, well, my remaining 10 points of lay on hands, and I'm going to heal Zamar for 7, and I'll heal myself for 3.
Oh, no.
Appreciate the help.
And
I'm no longer a red dot.
He's now a yellow dot. He's been upgraded to the upper quarters.
Why turn it off?
Sorry, that's a really bad joke.
it is, but It flew over our heads for the most part.
Someone from the 80s got a laugh out of that.
Thank you. Thank you for
Now,
reminding
where
me.
is she?
Wait. One moment, madam.
She's over there, Deckham. And
Deckham, this way.
Oh, hello!
You really can't see anything, can you?
Not at all.
He's a machine with no eyes.
You would think they would build like some kind of light sensor in those things.
Yes, that works very well. If there's light, Kyle.
No, I mean like. Never mind. You know what a flashlight
sensor?
is?
Remember, we
Would
don't
like this
want.
lantern that I'm carrying? Yes.
We also don't want to attract the attention of those that would notice the lights and come after us in hostile intent.
This should be fine for a while.
I can do that too.
I apologize for late introductions. I am Elliot Ptolemy, and you are Miss...
Hey, I'm Autumn Paz von Weathermay Foxgross. And she kind of gives a bow.
Oh, okay.
Wait a minute, that name is incredibly familiar.
You did mention the circus.
Yes, we did come from the circus. A few tabaxi cells there. Wait, I don't remember who actually either discovered it or grabbed it. We have that tuft of fur we found in that campsite.
I think you have it.
Yeah, you would have it because we
can't
asked if
remember.
it would have been your sister or Snowy.
Yeah.
Yeah, but we were being racist about all other white cats.
Might as well just continue that line of prejudice,
I
I guess.
bring that out of my pocket and I say, this wouldn't happen to be yours, would it be?
She kind of looks, turns, kind of lifts up the side of her shirt. Oh, yes, that's fine.
Back?
Yep. Right, about to the other side of that.
Well, I don't think it was one of the people we thought it was. It's you.
Who did you think it was?
Snowy. We thought it was Snowy.
We thought it was either your...
We either thought it was my sister or thought it was Snowy.
Yes.
People that we met at the other tabaxi that we met at the circus.
Why would you think my little sister would be here?
He's reckless.
Sister.
Yeah, but you know,
I suppose then the question would add to why would you be here if your sister would not be?
Very
because
insightful.
my sister is 14.
Like
Oh.
in these.
Oh, I was correct on something.
I believe
She is older
we've
when we last...
from a different time.
Yes. The Snowy we have encountered is
There it is.
older than 14, at least. Counts over to Zamar and then back to Miss Autumn. Unless I am mistaken of the maturity age of
Oh,
your
definitely older than 14.
She seems like she suddenly has like a migraine trying to think about something. Okay, alright, so Yes, I mean, the mist caused that, but we are not actually... Okay. She kind of steps back, kind of, pinching the brow of her nose before coming back. We are kind of connected to the Vistani, so the time problem doesn't necessarily affect us in the same way it does others.
That may be so, but unless your 14-year-old sister is incredibly horny, there's definitely a discrepancy somewhere.
Also,
She kind of points a finger. Yes, but I'm very concerned about a bunch of old people knowing the horniness of my sister.
He's very open about it.
Well, it's more like
She's very upfront.
she's very.
Elliot just pinches his
Like what?
nose, and he's going to ask another question. When the individual named Rudolf van Richten, when was the last time you encountered him in his exact or age?
Good old Richard.
It would have been when I was 5, and he was somewhere around 137.
So, to give you a quick update, the last we met him, he reincarnated into a 16-year-old brat. Well,
Yeah. Yeah.
I should have had you do that advantage facts, but yeah, Snowy's at least 25.
So that's what I tell her. Just from I never got a formal age from Snowy, but just knowing Faxi and myself, Snowy's around my age, around 25, at least in the 20s, very least.
Does this not have Jack of all trades activated?
It should.
Oh, it is.
Wait. Joe, sometimes it's just bad.
I mean,
Yeah, that's
just-
weird.
we probably just said that in the... Well, the proficiency was added, unless she's proficient in Arcana.
Yeah, there's like a little button. I don't know. I guess if you're using a PC sheet over an NPC sheet, yeah, there should be a button.
Yeah, no, it's just kind of anger, but she kind of stops, thinks it's... I really should have paid more attention to this, because I just had a very weird feeling this entire time. Okay, alright. I'm gonna be honest, you showing up did not cause me this weird amount of deja vu. First of all, why are you here?
We have
Look,
business
like,
past this place.
Sorry, what was it?
It's probably my internet connection in my area. Heavy storm is hitting by. But Elliot, get straight to the point. We have business that requires us to get past through this area.
Mostly through the Crimson Manor.
Okay, I mean... Do you not have more details? I mean, are you trying to get to another mist play? Are you trying to find something?
We are on our way to another mistway, correct? Meeting up with Vario.
No, Var had already dropped us off, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah,
We were heading toward the breach.
Hold on. Kyle's got a mental link. Do we want to tell her that we're going to steal basically a space hamster? This is through the mental link.
Elliot
It's
pinching
still
his...
technically going, actually, because I forgot it's 8 hours.
Yeah, Elliot pinches his nose again, thinking about it. But it's telepathically linked, or he's sending the message back to Kyle. If she is who she claims to be, I'm willing to put the trust there. But if she is not, and she is some sort of dreadful doppelganger, I suggest we try to contact Snowy for confirmation. But
Alright,
I
well
don't
then.
want to risk her coming here to see if this is true or not.
I guess for the time being, just keep her in the dark and just kind of play it by ear.
Just give her a general outline, not the details.
Yep. Like the others were saying, we're mostly just trying to pass through the Crimson Manor through a mist way, hopefully not getting ourselves killed.
And seeing that you had, or rather, seeing the fur from a camp that was raided by undead, we assumed the worst that one of our known associates was here, not knowing it was you, but perhaps it was a stroke of fortune that came through.
There are a lot of questions going on here, but just kind of points back here. There's a short jaunt from here into the city. Not to be cruel, but some of you look like shit.
Well, we were fighting.
feel like it too.
Is there anything we should be worried about in the city, like these? And she kind of motions towards where the remains of the undead were.
Which kind of just burned up in a blue flame and disappeared after a bit.
Well, she'll still kind of like motion in the general area of where they were. Is there more things like those towards the city center?
And worse. I don't know how I know. I just do. Somewhere in there, my mother. I don't know why I know she's in there. Maybe she's not. I know if you take that route back down the set of stairs, keeping to the right left, you end up, she points, behind you. You keep going, you'll end up near a giant tombstone in the small garden. This will be another, the giant diamond ones with long swords that glow. Probably a couple others out there on the plateau.
Yeah, we kind of snuck by them and followed the river this way, thankfully.
The tombstone, do you know what's written on it if you have seen it?
No. It's
Like,
usually just a name like these two.
I will insight that just in case.
She is there, but is like weirdly confused, like she's feeling like she's in a dream. Like she's trying to figure out why she knows.
He's going to, through Kyle, telepathically communicate to Zamar. Zamar, are you able to contact Snowy? I have forgotten if you have that ability or not.
Do you mean contact? The last time I talked to Snowy was through the Sending Stone.
And we don't have, and Cal's is going to kind of come cut in, and we don't have that for at least a good, whatever counts as a day around here.
Damn it.
Don't have a way to get a hold of Snowy, though.
Right. Well, when we can, and if we're not in a trap, contact Snowy and ask her about her older sister and the conditions of what happened. Last thing we need to be is in a situation where this is a doppelganger pretending to be Autumn, or, as Kael had suggested, a ploy from some dark power.
I have a theory, Autumn. So would a collapsing plane of dread somehow have time reset itself to continue on without fully collapsing?
I did not consider that possibility, but that might be... Wait. If what you do... As Elliot kind of gives another look at Autumn, and then back in the direction where she points
her
it.
kind of like stiffen up, the tail kind of goes straight.
Yeah, then he looks at back at the direction over here, mentally speaking, like, could it be that she is a linchpin to keep this place? And then Elliot will ask, what were your last recollections these past couple of days, if you remember them?
I remember waking up at the camp. My mother and I were here to kill the Duke. It was a powerful vampire. She kind of turns slowly and looks at all of you. Did Snowy mention us? Or father?
No, she generally avoided topics about family.
Yeah, she...
You watch
I
as she
remember.
starts doing some hand motions that you've seen Callisti and Syndra use, ascending, and right about the time when she's about to cast it, you watch the magic just kind of fizzle.
Oh, they don't like that.
What's going on? Is there something... I have a theory, but I don't like it. But it would make sense.
Would you care
Do
to...
you have a way to contact them? In fact, I don't know why, but I feel like I should not contact Snowy. Yes. Father,
I suspect it
you can
might
say
be
that
for the best.
like she's physically like a migraine level pain as she starts trying to like think at it.
I'm just gonna roll this. Elliot's just gonna do a quick sigh. Not exasperating, but more of a tired one. Right. Perhaps this tiring day of ours has been a heavy burden. Do you by any chance know of a place where we could hold up and regain our strength for a little bit? Perhaps I dare say, a time of rest.
Well, now that we've taken care of them, this place should be clear. But there is an opening in the road ahead, I think. An old campsite, I think.
Will these things still attack us even if we're just sitting around, or do they have set patterns?
I think it depends on where we are. I just know that that one up there won't have problems. She's just kind of staring off the road, and you see there's still that, like, why do I know this?
Well, my theory is that you're tied to the Vistona, but not fully Vistona. Possibly a bit of the collapsing plane is affecting the time that you've been here, but not the majority of your memories due to your ties.
I have to wait for Elliot to get back.
No worries.
You know, wait. There might be a way to check at least one thing. We'll just have to wait for Elliot to get back.
That's okay.
I love how...
Did you guys want to follow, or as we're doing that, did you guys want to follow her to the next area?
Yeah, like, she seems trustworthy.
Seems a bit confused, but yeah, trustworthy. Hello.
We're all confused.
Yeah, this most of our characters...
My high of my,
Most of our characters don't deal with the temporally distorted. I love how somehow, backwards thinking wise, we actually kind of guess there was some temporal shit going on. Lateral thinking. It just was not for Snow, it was for someone else. Oh.
Back in time, we're old.
We followed her over to the camp.
Okay. Was there anything else I might have missed?
No, she said she wanted to try something, but she said, wait, and then she was Moogle was waiting for you before.
Yeah.
My apologies.
There may be a way to test something.
Test
It
what
would
exactly?
exclude it as well. She looks at you, Elliot.
Which is?
First of all, you're half-blood, right?
Yes, I am.
And you're not actually a full shifter or a werewolf, are you?
Not really. That's a fucked up experiment kind of stuff. No.
You're clearly a warforged, and she kind of looks at your hand real quick, which I think you said you had covered.
Zenmar.
Sorry, my cats are fighting. What happened?
IRL cats fighting.
Often look at your hand. I think you said they were still covered.
Oh, right. My hands are covered. What did she ask about them?
She's kind of looking at you. I'm going to guess you might be from the Shogunate Islands.
Yes. I was told my sister, who I found out was my sister, to cover my markings. Not the most like people city.
So, Elliot,
Yes.
if I'm understanding the markings on you, you are some kind of priest, or perhaps an oath sworn?
Oath sworn to St. Cuthbert. Yes.
Rather from a worth.
That I am.
Mother will be happy to hear that. She enjoys people from all earth.
The name of your mother, if I may have heard her name before?
Summer Pass.
Sadly, I don't think I had.
Well,
Or at the very least...
what I mean by that is, you kind of do get that feeling of, like, sarcasm. Being as how many Dark Lords of these areas tend to come from your world.
Yes, I am seeing a very cruel irony to that.
Well, if you are still of goods, there may be I'll just ask you, could you do that thing that some of you Oathsworn do where you can detect undead?
Yes. Which Elliot still has 4 charges of his divine sense, and he'll do one right now. But he's going to focus a little bit more and look more toward Autumn, just to make sure that she herself is not among them.
That's actually what she's motioning towards.
God, I hope she's not among us.
Roll me a perception.
Uh-oh.
At advantage with it.
Oh no.
Oh, perception. I was about to roll the D100 for no reason.
Might as well just like breaking out the D100 for that perception roll. Let's go.
Wow,
Damn.
double 8s.
Not a
You know
very
what?
perceptive man, are you?
I'm gonna burn that perception. I mean the inspiration for the game. Just to roll one more time.
Let's go again. Let's go again.
I feel like it's important enough to do so. 19.
It was hard to catch. There was, as you did it, the flash and the glow. Looking at her, using this sense, you sense life, but for an instant, you saw what looked like a trail of smoke and you followed it back, this ruddy, dried blood-colored smoke that seemed to go to these points on her neck where there are no marks. But it was almost for an instant. But as far as you can tell, she is not undead, celestial, or fiend. You can definitely sense a number of them behind you and some up the road. Some out in the depths of the forest, but nothing seems to even draw close to this place for some reason. Your senses of the place itself, even though you've seen like this holiness to other things and, the unhallowed, the fire here feels like fire. Everything here feels very lighthouse-like to you.
Mm-hmm.
Not in that it brings things towards you, but that it defends.
Curious.
In other words, weirdly enough, you would feel safe enough to sleep here if you had to.
And Autumn's existence sitting in front of me does seem like she's tethered to this land.
From your roll of the insight, there's something off. There is a tinge of undeath, but it's like it exists, but it does not.
Okay. I'm gonna relay it the best that Elliot can as he understands it. And he's gonna say this all loud too so everyone hears. Or at least the party hears too. Curious. You are neither alive nor dead. You are in between. There is, as he kind of motions toward the fire, some spark of life in you, but there's also the small, faintest smell of death on you as well. The undeath.
I will point out with the 19, your knowledge, especially with your recent experience, there is a vampiric tinge. That would definitely incite a vampiric tinge to the undeath.
Ah. Elliot kind of pauses for a second. Goes to one of the pouches or elixirs that Deckham helped make for him. A suspicion, if I may say, but tell me what happens, or how do you feel after drinking this? This is something that I tend to use now in order to gain the sense of taste and sensations that have been dulled due to my vampiric nature.
She kind of looks at it for a moment, sniffs it. Oh, oh. First of all, somebody's putting in way too much nutmeg.
Before the Deckham?
What?
No, I mean, you're talking just like grains, not... you got this at the carnival, circus, didn't you?
Oh, yes.
Indeed.
Yeah, no, She looks like she's just like, I can't stand the smell of this. You can have your blood replaced. No.
He'll take it back. And just adds, right, though, at least from what I sense, you are something similar to what I am, but not a... When was the last time you had meal?
Yesterday morning? Before we reached the city and were separated.
And yet
I can't remember when we were separated.
I may regret doing this. Kyle, do you have a spare knife that I could use?
Let me look through my shit. I have the knife. She pulls that out, which I don't think we want to use.
Please no, I don't want to lose my arm.
I guess the short sword, then it's kind of like, it's more of like a rudimentary kind of dagger-esque short sword. Best I got. Actually, hold on, as she's kind of digging through her stuff. Oh, there's probably a knife in this mess kit, as she kind of pulls out the explorer's pack.
It'll have to
You
do.
watch his bottoms like, you need a knife? She kind of motions to like, there's like 4 of them like strapped to her leg.
If you don't mind, pass me one. I'm going
Anything
to...
particular?
As long as it's
Silver,
sharp.
gold,
As long as
mercury.
it's sharp.
Mercury?
What do you need mercury for?
Probably for certain
You
rare
need to know what
beasts.
you need to use for Mercurions, and you have no reason to be fighting it.
Mercury's liquid at room temperature.
No serious.
What? So you're telling me that dagger is forever just cold and never mind, I'm not even going to start getting into the science of this.
I just need a sharp dagger.
She
Nice.
kind of unsheathes it a little bit, and you see that it's actually just cinnabar crystals that have been inlaid in it.
Oh, okay.
And then she reaches back and she pulls out what looks like a skinning knife. Here you are.
I'll keep that in mind, considering we're getting hunted by a wraith at some point.
Oh,
Also,
yes,
what
the gun race.
uses... Oh. She kind of stops it. Gun wraith?
It goes by the name of Winchester. That's all you need to know.
I've never heard of that one.
Then
I've
it's
heard of pistol wraiths and rifle wraiths and stuff before. They're very rare.
then you're fortunate. And you can actually see the reluctance on Elliot as he removes the gauntlets of his plate armor, having exposed skin, which, despite his dark complexion, he is still quite pale. And I'm going to stab myself in the wrist and see how she reacts to the sight of blood, like actual blood.
Does Elliot have actual blood?
Yes, he does. He's
Okay.
he's still
I generally don't know how vampire anatomy actually works with that.
I'm going by the blade thought process of it. He's got to at least have some sort of blood in him.
True.
I don't.
And Elliot's going to watch very carefully her reactions because he's running on the suspicion that either she is a dampier that is on a possible starving moment, or the worst case scenario that she might be a vampire thrall and she's been starving. He's
She
trying
kind of stops. Yeah, you watch as she looks at it. She's kind of concerned, and you watch as she kind of grits her teeth a little bit at it. I feel like I should be hungry. Extremely hungry. But no. It's like a fleeting feeling.
I'm just
Like an
gonna
old memory.
roll a d4 for that injury I'm inflicting on myself. Just see how much blood I can squeeze out of it. Not much, just a drop. Well, add that with the force strength, that's 5. Ow.
I mean, unless you're... I would just go with the 4, unless you're actively trying to cut your arm.
She actually reaches up and just heals you.
Well, at least I was wrong. Better off that.
I think my suspicion is... Well, the primary of it was to determine if I was a ghost. Ghosts have a tendency to get trapped in the same cycles over and over again if there's unfinished business. I'm not certain that is not entirely what's going on. But without more information, I do not know if I could come to a conclusion. You said that this domain is collapsing.
Yes.
What do you mean?
Do you know what
Your
happened?
job is complete.
Or,
Dark Lord is dead. Or so we're told.
or when a Dark Lord is gone, slowly begins to get lost into the ether. We've actually seen it happen once before. If it doesn't assimilate from what we've been told into a different Dark Lord or someone else.
I need to know what happened to us, my mother and I, after. If what you say is true, and it has been a considerable amount of time outside, my sister was very young still, and was still at home. In fact, we were outside of Mordant. Such was the fair when it was the time.
We have encountered your sister and the circus group in a place called Paradon City.
Why would she come? She kind of just seems very deep in thought for a moment. Does yours... Do you have a way of sending?
Oh, we do, but we can't do it until tomorrow morning.
Okay, I dread to request the usage of it by one of you, as I know this is a limited situation, I suspect.
In a way.
I haven't been able to use mine outside of this domain to reach anyone. I just...
Well, that is indeed strange.
Yeah. I just assumed the dark power was blocking it or something, you know, the controls they can exert on the arcane forces within the domain.
Have you by chance met an elven woman?
I've met a few.
In this domain recently to you.
She goes by
She would
name.
be, I would believe she would be a noble.
She would go by the name of Lady. Looks over the deck if he makes the name wrong. Lady Morwin.
Oh, she has memory issues, so I didn't want to use her name.
I figured at least something would trigger it. Unless I should use her other title.
It's the Hag of the Ashes?
That is new to me.
I mean, it depends, I guess, on the time. Back then, another domain was collapsing. And she lives in the Ashen Wastes.
Well, she lives here now and reviles the title Hag.
I've never actually had the chance to meet her, I guess I should say. We usually avoided her because collapsing domains are troublesome, risky.
Which this one is currently at the process of it.
And yet, for some reason, you all wish to get somewhere, and you were brought here by the Stani, but they did not pass you through to the next Westway?
No.
And that would be because the underlying current of the ley lines disrupts. Where are you headed?
I'm gonna make one more roll of insight. Mostly to see just how eager she looks to know what we're going for. Not good.
It is not eagerness, it is a thought process of an academic.
Mentally, if the mental leak is still there, just say...
Probably at the end, so...
Yeah, so Elliot's just gonna say, I will simply say our goal is the breach, and see if she reacts to that.
I mean, we're gonna have to go through it
The
eventually,
breach
so
is safe unless.
That was the mental link. He didn't say
Yeah, I was
anything
gonna
yet.
It's basically like being like, this is our lie that we're sticking with, just so we all are all clear. That's what I'm assuming. I was
okay.
saying.
Yeah. Right now, Elliot is between trusting and not trusting, but it's just, I don't know what the situation is, and I might as well play it safe, so he'll take a sigh.
You're technically not wrong, because this is just mental link, because we're going through it on the back end anyway.
Right. And he'll speak to Autumn. Our goal lies beyond this place, which we are heading to an area called the Breach. I don't know if you know what that area is, but our goal lies there.
That doesn't make much sense. Because the breach is attached to Paradon. Why you didn't pass through directly. And as far as I am aware, the breach is stable. Unless it has grown unstable like this one.
Apparently, from my understanding, that is the case. We had 2 routes to reach the breach, and we were taking this one. It was by either coincidence or a dark fate that we encountered each other here. And I am, for one, not keen on coincidence.
Coincidence is a whore, destiny is a stripper, and fate is a bitch.
Somewhere in
definitely
Rickton,
nowhere
definitely
else.
is
Older sister.
an agreement on that part.
Which takes a long pull. I'm starting to think you're full of shit, to be honest. Because why would you not pass through Paradon when that is one of the major ley lines, the last ones that would define, if you were headed into the breach? Let alone the fact that I can't tell why a Warforged, science experiment, clearly, a follower of St. Cuthbert and you, as she motions towards Zama, would be wanting to go into a place of eternal conflict and battle. Why would you be going into the other war?
Because we're.
Why would you come through this through Mortal to get here? There's no actual reason to do that when you can just pass through it.
As far as we know, Paradon seems to have its own issues.
Just out of meta, above table.
Mm-hmm.
You guys aren't getting the breach and the event mixed up, right?
Oh, yeah.
No, we're not.
Yeah, I think we are. I thought...
Yeah.
Because the breach
Wait,
is like
I thought you were just using the breach as a lie.
Ah. No, that's
Yeah,
the player dumb.
That's why Declan has been silent, is because he doesn't lie.
Yeah, no. This is the player being dumb. I meant the event.
Yeah.
It's been
Yeah,
so
the
long.
event
Makes
where
much more
the-
sense.
I am so
Okay.
sorry. This is the player being dumb. I had not looked at my notes in a while.
So to totally fix this, Declan will just pipe up. Wait. We're going to the event. The breach is where my comrades are supposedly at.
Yes, you're right. I got them mixed up.
the hand holding the cigarette turns and looks at you, Deckham. Oh. Okay, so that makes a lot more sense.
Yes, to be honest, as he looks up from the dinner he's been making for everybody, I've been a little busy.
I apologize. I was getting them mixed up.
Right. Okay.
And Elliot is sincere about that because he was actually just trying to say, we have a destination, but I'm not going to tell you why we're going to our destination.
Yeah, I thought I must have misheard because I thought you guys were using the breach as a lie
No,
for
no.
some reason.
No, I think the thing is because we are going to the event to get the basically the hamster wheel, and my brain was technically the breach is we're gonna. That's why I was
The breach is
confused
the way
too.
back.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's why we're circling back through. So I was assuming Elliot was talking about how we're gonna circle back through. That's why I was also
Yeah,
confused.
this was the player being dumb a little bit or forgetful.
no worries.
But Elliot's main goal, which I should have explained better and someone probably would have caught me quicker, was that he'll say where our destination is at, but he didn't want to tell her why we are going there. At least not to be fooled by any trickery or perhaps an enemy that might go meet us over there. Worst case scenario, as Elliot is thinking about if she's an undead or something of that, might be used as leverage against us. But he is sincere with his apology to Autumn as my apologies. Our plan was to go through the Ichor Swamp, go to the event, and then return to the breach.
The Ica Swamp?
Is this not what this place is
The
called?
place where you're currently in is now nicknamed the Ica Swamp.
No, we already went through. We're technically at the edge of the Crimson Manor.
Well, yes, it's still.
Yeah, you
part
guys
of
are
the same
literally
domain.
at the exterior city walls.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
You
Well,
guys can't
technically,
it's there's buildings and stuff, and you can see massive, the massive walls and structures ahead of you.
so just to clarify, just above table real quick. So the Ichor Swamp technically isn't connected to the same plane as the Crimson Manor. Just to.
They are.
Oh, they are. Okay.
Yeah, so
Okay.
this is the same plane. It's the same
Okay.
plane.
Okay.
Before you guys left the Ichor Swamps and came to the last area, the forest that you were in,
Yeah.
you guys were on a hilltop and were able to look over and see the Crimson City,
Yeah.
which you realized was a few hundred miles away,
Oh, okay. Okay.
and that was where 100 miles away, and you realized, oh shit, that fucking place is massive after a few moments.
Yeah, we're just traipsing through the metropolis.
Yeah, you guys are on the very outskirts. You guys realize that, to put it in perspective, you guys just came through a forest that would have been the rural suburb, farming areas, and you are now in a park.
Okay, that's what I figured.
Okay.
I
That
just
makes
wanted to make
sense.
sure, just for my sense of scope, so I'm not just
Yeah.
talking on our
It's
ass.
just kind of
Yeah.
a weird construct. Is you guys are in a park, on the outside of the V walls. You're in one or two fortifications, but yeah.
Okay.
On the horizon, you guys can kind of see, there are city lights and what could be assumed as fires or lanterns or something, and you see buildings, that are 5, 6, 7 stories tall, massive constructions, bridges, that kind of thing to this side of you, going in deeper, versus the tops of trees and stuff going this way.
Elliot will just add, Deckham, thank you for correcting me. If we had continued that procedure, I thought we would end up going the wrong way.
You see her reaching for a bag, and she starts going into it. Ah, shit, she has one. That's one. I've heard of the event. It's not a big domain. But I don't really know any things about it.
We are just looking for an item that is meant to be there.
Understandable, I think. Yeah, he kind of stops and thinks about it for a moment. I think it was referred to as a pocket domain. Which is why it's kind of an odd thing it exists within this domain. But not really part of it. I believe there was something mentioned about a botched early attempt at the conjunction by another one other than that wonderful lich, Aslan Rex, who can rot in Necropolis for the eternity, and I hope he forgets who the fuck he is.
I, for one, hope he never returns to Oarth.
No. His wrongs really matter, especially if he still maintains the same curse. She kind of pulls out a flask, takes a drink, kind of passes it.
Al just kind of holds up
Considering he can't make any new spells other than anything new, and he forgets who the fuck he is every morning.
That sounds
Like the perfect punishment for him.
Kyle threw the mental link. Doesn't that sound? Looks at her like nonchalantly as she's kind of just like drinking her alcohol. Kind of familiar. This is through the mental link.
What her situation is like, possibly, as Elliot is using the mental link back to Kyle.
God, I hope it's not another Dark Lord.
Elliot looks at Autumn and asks, "So what is your suspicion of your situation, if I may ask?"
Well, I can't be sure until... And I'm going to be honest about this, I really, right now, am regretting not listening to someone's lessons, but... I have this deep-rooted dread and acceptance. That is the weirdest part about it, is the acceptance that no matter how far my mother and I make it, we're not going to win. And that it's going to be for naught. Even if we make it to the Duke, we're not. It doesn't matter. It won't change
Well,
anything.
by ourselves, possibly, but... Well, we're already here, and we need to get to the other side past the Duke anyway.
I've also been having this, as I said, deja vu. You are not part of that. This is not part of this. This is new feeling.
Well, we are known to break the status quo. Everywhere we've gone here, actually. Since we've been teleported here.
That tends to be a thing with outsiders.
I am...
The other feeling is, perhaps, when this is getting into some pretty heavy theory, that how much do you know about other domains?
Very
Other Dark
little.
Lord.
Very little, In fact, with our current experience, possibly bare bone minimum.
Has anybody told you anything about one of the 10 keystones? Specifically Barovia.
Yes. We watched a play about Barovia, actually.
With a Cinder Gallows inserting boot up Strahd's posterior.
Oh, I thought you kicked him in the dick.
I wasn't paying too much attention due to some of the other audience members that caught my eye. I do have to apologize to her later about that.
I have no idea who this Cinder Gallows is. But if she is someone who has beaten Strahd, then good for her? So you mentioned...
Barovia is currently without a dark lord.
Well,
well, that is the cycle.
Until he
yes.
returns.
As is the cycle of the keystones. Did they explain to you about souls in Barovia?
That they are recycled?
Yes.
And the hollows?
Yes.
The ones without souls, because there's not enough souls in Barovia.
Vaguely.
So, research-wise, there are an entire freaking library about it. Barovia being a keystone is one of the very few places that technical defeat of the Dark Lord, or even potentially a dark power there, which, as far as I know, has never happened. Barovia itself would not collapse like this. It would take a considerable amount, mostly because you have the temple and the other dark powers that are isolated, trapped there. Anyway, the mist maintains the souls in it unless some outside force removes the souls explicitly from it. Strahd's brother, Strahd's... what the fuck was his name?
This
I actually don't remember off the top of my head.
I had it on my tongue and I forgot.
Ravenloft is so far out of my mind.
Tanya, I believe it was. It started with a T.
Tatiana.
There we go.
Yes, Tatiana and Sergei. Their souls are, of course, linked with Strahd's. However, theoretically proposed prior to... Again, hasn't worked as far as I know. If you were to remove those souls from Barovia itself, or the souls of another one during a transitional period, they would not inherently be drawn back without considerable amount of effort. If there was a way to isolate them out, you could technically impair everything pretty heavily. What I'm getting at is that sense of dread. I hope I'm wrong. I hope that I really didn't pay attention and that this is all just completely out of my head, but you said that this place is collapsing. How, and is it the entirety of the plains and other forests has become the bigger swamps, as you call it?
Yes,
Yes.
the Lady Morwen had mentioned about this plane resisting its collapse to some degree, and gestures to the keep. The keep will be the last one standing as the rest of the plane, the domain, is consumed.
So Karlstein doesn't exist in this domain.
With the knowledge we were given, no, but possibly, if you're still here, there's some sort of instance of him.
She kind of points in a direction that you know was kind of where you came from. It would have been a very large city about or that direction, and a port city of. She kind of, like, you can see that she's actually like kind of forgetting. It seems like she's struggling to try and remember names of some of these places.
Well, I'm gonna go with probably not. And if it is there, it is a shell of its former self filled with cannibals and demons.
Another thing,
Or hat.
shadowy creatures that devour everything.
Or hags. Ran into a few of those.
That is true. I'm trying to forget that.
Then
What? We kicked their ass.
True, it just brought back some PTSD from my end.
Oh wait, one did get away.
unless there is something else.
Did it? Because I think I'm pretty sure I ran that thing down.
No, one
Anyway.
did into the bitch and just left.
Yeah, the one who was like, I should have just gotten a cat.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, but Autumn, she kind of sits there for a moment. Theoretically, if at one point, either prior or as part of the cause of the collapse, I and my mother, well, the rest of these people, what's left of them, died. Prior to that, the potential is that the collapse would cause us to be isolated with our souls here. Similar to Barovia, the soul wouldn't be able to escape.
Elliot kind of pauses, thinks about it, then very cautiously airs a question out. Do you want to escape?
That is why I had you check to see if I was a ghost. Because I don't think it's quite that simple.
Because...
Yes. As a hunter, I really don't want to be stuck here. Because, frankly, everything we know about the core, which is where all of the rest of these go, or these domains go when they collapse, I think I would rather summer in the 9th circuit of the Hells. That's still a bad place, right?
I will not know.
Oh, dreadful.
Depends on where you're from. She says as she starts drinking.
I mean, that is a question. Where are you from?
You're familiar, at least, with the term outsider, considering your family's Vistani now.
Yeah, I know you're outsiders, except for... Unless, if he has a birthmark, which he just sounds like he has, you know, he's from here,
Technically
I know
speaking,
he's not.
Because
Because...
it Elliot.
Technically, I am, to some degree.
But, I mean, in my travels, I never come across you. I've come across things similar to you, but also miles apart from...
My
Whatever happened to
situation
you.
was
Did
odd.
you do that to yourself?
To put it bluntly, no. Where
I know
I come... No, it's
What's
not.
Deca? So the only native warforged to any of the domains here. Completely different design and builds since him.
Yep, we met him. Pretty chill. He has maracas, right?
No. You're talking about... I have absolutely no idea.
The
Maracas
Warforged...
are actually quite nice. The ones who are actually natives to this land are from one of the desert regions. And they are made out of a glassy black metal and are absolutely horrifying.
Alright, don't go to deserts. But
Yes,
If you think a pistol wraith is a problem, think of, he kind of looks at Deckham, a very streamlined, necromancy-infused versions that rips people apart and assimilates what it needs from them and leaves the rest to rot. For a reason.
that almost sounds like a flesh golem with extra steps added into it.
The assimilation is mostly brains. It takes knowledge.
Oh, great. But to circle back to it, because you had asked where I come from, money tends, and those on top tend to drive a lot of decisions, people's lives, a bit of everything. And those who don't are treated like cattle, twisted, experimented on until they're either broken or somehow still breathing. And she kind of points at like her ears and her horns, or into this mess.
So, you're telling me you're from another place that's very similar to where we are?
Yes and no. Here, at least where I'm from, I'm not at threat of getting stabbed by random old woman every 5 seconds.
Or an obsessed crazed nun.
If anything, it's normal and at least, I'll say, happy comparatively to here. Also, there's an actual sun and a beach where things won't jump out and kill you, mostly.
I mean, I was just saying in general, because that's what happened to this city. The rich elites delighted in every decadent thing, including the corruption of what is holy and unholy.
Speaking of holy and unholy, Dampiers are not seen fondly at in Oarth.
That actually was kind of an interesting question I was going to ask.
Which was the question?
Well, you answered it because I knew, but I was going to say, vampires and stuff don't seem to be very well favored in Earth compared to liches and wizards.
Well, considering what Aslan had done, as well as some other certain craven individuals, yes, I can understand the paranoia. I have some origins here, which I hope for the time being has been concluded and I don't have to revisit it.
I can understand that. A lot of outsiders end up somehow connected to this. By parents, grandparents, lineages.
Well, at least you have that, considering in my case I was simply born to be a sacrifice.
My condolences, though. You know, I don't actually think that would make you feel any better, but I think there's a few places where there actually are missing houses. Is where a bunch of people who have suffered the same thing get together and talk about it.
Therapy?
Sort of, but usually they do it at, you know, like a restaurant or back alley. Sometimes they, you know, I'm not gonna lie, sometimes they start cults of their own and it gets weird.
I think a therapy will be fine after we get out of this particular mess. Although, I already spent a good 8 decades of acceptance and not meeting them again. running into them was a bit of a unpleasant surprise. So, no need for... Well, I appreciate your condolences, but I have grown a bit apathetic to it now.
Just be careful. Apathy is how a lot of people from our Earth end up becoming Dark Lords in these lands.
I am aware. I simply try to keep the things that I do care about safe, and not the things that hold no meaning to me anymore, or ever did.
Well, if any of you want to get sleep, I can take first watch, or last, or middle, whichever.
Don't have to ask me twice. I'm past an hour in now. It's a very beaten and battered Unc Tabaxi falls over.
I could take some rest, and if you need me to watch second or third, just shake me, and I should wake up. She just kind of leans further down on the log, or whatever remnant she's laying on. Just kind of puts her bottle back on her hip and just lays her with her back against it.
I will join you on first watch.
Wait, I just spent this whole time cooking. Is nobody actually going to eat any of this?
I thought we were eating.
Fine.
I thought we were eating. Everybody was eating. Sorry.
Yeah, I thought we were eating while we were talking. Like,
Yeah, I figured.
oh shit, I was supposed to eat that? Kyle just throws it into the fire.
How?
No, it was empty. Like, it'd probably be like a small drop. Like, she wouldn't be that much of an asshole.
Elliot was just simply state of, thank you for the dinner, Deckham. I'll also take first watch, since I need to do some prayers.
And, Zeka will just kind of, head over into sentry mode.
She's actually been very slowly eating.
Yeah,
That's what I was, mainly watching for.
same
She
for
actually consumes people food.
same for Elliot. It might be a little more creepier because he's doing his prayer over his the Black Blade of the Templar, but he's also just keeping an eye.
You know, it's been like you can tell it's like a trained cautiousness to eat food somebody else has prepared.
Especially when the chef isn't eating it.
Yeah.
All the shit.
I can't.
I'm gonna... I'll do it.
You do it.
Meanwhile, half the party
You
is eating it.
need to get like a sensor that you just throw the food in your stomach and says not poisoned.
Alrighty. I will state this, so that you guys can get started on it. We'll all do level up.
Oh.
Oh. Alright.
Uh-oh.
And you will get a full night's rest.
Alright, let me see what I get as a rogue. I get the ability to stab better. Oh, I get evasion now. Oh, shit's... It's over now. Send lightning bolt my way, I'm ready.
What level are we?
Ah,
7.
a 4th level spell.
Okay.
Only one.
You roll the hit dice.
Okay.
Okay.
Let me know when you're at a spot.
I'll roll my hit dice in 1 sec. I'm just trying to throw everything together.
Alright,
thankfully.
so that's gonna be a 6, 2.
Alright, that takes care of that.
2 from. Okay, that's gonna be another 10.
Ah!
Wow. It's weird seeing it on a different side.
Alright, so it's 4 plus 2, that's 6. Great, that's 50.
Zim, I remember you don't take 4, you take,
Minimum. Or,
No.
median.
yeah. So it should be 4, it's 4 plus your con mod.
Well, it'd be 5 plus.
It'll be 5.
Oh,
so
I was...
you
I
get
already
7.
did it. I did it.
Okay.
Anyway,
Finish it up.
I'm good to go then, Lugal, whatever you are on your end.
Alright, well, what do I get as
Figured it was... this is gonna be great. Or horrible.
Okay, I get key empowered strikes.
Do you not get evasion? Or did...
Yeah, unarmored. I get evasion next level.
Huh. Where'd the monks get at 8, but rogues get at 7?
Armored movement, so I get more. I get 15.
They get like another 5 feet, because you get...
Armored
Okay.
speed bonus.
Elliot gets a new
Oh,
aura.
unarmored.
Yeah, it only gives you another 5. Like, because so your max would be 10, now it gets another 5 on top of that, so...
I see.
Well, I have magical. Oh wait, we're going to level 7.
Yes.
Oh, so yes, I do get evasion.
Gonna say. Alright, so...
Well, before you guys go off to bed, she looks at you, Deckham.
Hello.
How are you, just out of curiosity, how are you surviving out here? Because you don't seem to be able to see anything.
Poorly. I have several items that allow me to see for some time.
Such as...
This gem and this lantern.
Ah, okay, so that's a gem of true safety. Okay, I'll see what I can do. She kind of pulls out a bag and kind of starts rifling through things. Alright, Kyle.
Hello.
You fall into sleep. You dream of the waves, the beach. Perhaps the conversation earlier is reminding you of it back home. There comes a voice, like a dark cloud. You know, I was really expecting you to come after me by now. But I guess you understand that you're just a weak little thing out there. Must be just terrified of everything. Even your own little shadow, huh?
You can talk all the shit you want, Margolian. I'm not the one missing a crewmate currently.
Crewmates come and crewmates go. He decided to be dumb. And that was always his problem. Too fucking up his own ass to ever listen to a fucking order. Well, you ever had a crew like that, didn't you? Or was that you? You never could listen.
I listened well. Sure, it's probably shit as a captain at times, but we all worked well together. I managed to save people from broken everything in the Hollow Squad, but considering your amount of taunting and general poking and prodding, you probably know that.
Oh, sure, I know about all them little strays you got together and called a crew. They all used to just sit around. Wonder what you and your little preschool clowns was gonna get around to.
this how you get your rocks off, then? Being a Dark Lord that can get petty about little bullshit and try to get under everyone's skin?
Nah, I just thought I'd come in, mess with you a little bit.
I'm good, because the next time I see you face to face, I'm gonna cut your throat open.
Oh. You know what the problem with that one is?
No,
You hear
what?
this feeling as you hear a different voice. A voice you're known for a significant amount of your life. I'm worried you'll be too late to your head.
He, like, the moment he talks, she, like, stops, like, just a chill runs down her spine, but she's not saying anything.
Like your vision of everything.
Mhm.
You know, there is suddenly just this image of the pale, bloodless corpse of your brother. You know, the empty eyes staring at you, whispering this to you.
No, and she's just kind of at a loss for words. It's not. Fuck you, Margolius. Sack of fucking shit.
You get your full rest. Morning comes, which, for those who were awake during the watch, seems like two different shades of dark.
Dark and light dark.
Jackson, is your token being weird, or did you forget to heal?
Tokens likely being weird.
Mine's not
healed yet.
working either.
So another
I
thing too
was
is
getting nice already.
if you have your token down when you change HP, sometimes it doesn't change right away, so you have to put your token down. That's why I put a new one down, which is weird.
Mine's not updating my HP or...
It will once you literally just have to switch into a new token, and then it will.
Like, I see it on my side, your token's fine.
Yeah, it just won't show for us until we switch out our tokens.
Ah, okay.
It's weird, because I had to do it. That's why Kyle's was deleted for a second.
As you guys awake, the fire, which, weirdly enough, none of you had to feed, just still burning.
Not like, I see Kyle's kind of waking up and stretching. Not like dark plane trick or something that fires just go on forever.
Actually, I'm pretty certain there's some kind of enchantment to it here, but it is very odd.
Elliot's going to try something since he's curious about this fire now. He's going to hold the blade of the Black Templar over it, see if there's any reactions.
Roll me a perception.
Oh crap. I feel like I pressed a button that I shouldn't have. 5 with that one.
Nothing. Nothing happens. Just like a blade and putting your sword into any other fire.
He'll apologize to the blade for doing that. But he wanted to make sure if there was something unnatural, or rather Perhaps maybe because he felt the area was consecrated due to the divine sense, maybe there was some sort of divinity within there that keeps this place perhaps relatively safe and relative being a very loose term.
Hell yeah, I got all of them back. Well, at least these seem to be working fine now. She kind of pulls out the dice and they feel a little heavier.
No, Jacob, you can have that.
Did Jackham finally have dark vision?
No?
Well, as you guys wake, Autumn kind of Autumn has been looking at Jeckham like throughout the night. She seems to be tinkering with something.
I will just speak out of, I hope everyone had a restful sleep as he watches his interaction of Autumn and Deckham and look over at Deckham. Not really saying it, but it's just the look of, are you okay?
I've had better, had worse.
Everything was nominal. Kyle was fidgeting a bit in his sleep, but other than that, everything was fine.
I'm just continuing to nap or be like half asleep, half awake kind of thing, just as the Baxi do. I'm here. Kind of just throw my hand up like, yeah, I'm doing good.
Understood.
Yeah.
Kyle, are you alright for certain?
Yeah. And as all right as I can be in this plane.
I understand.
Definitely not alright.
Well, he's not gonna incite it. He's just gonna
I
accept
figured,
it.
but I'm...
Bullshit, that doesn't even beat my passive insight.
What?
Yeah? What?
My insight's a +6, bitch.
You still gotta roll it, though.
Yeah, I was gonna say. I don't think, like, you can't just be lie detector, man. And, like, you never
Damn
lie
it,
to me.
it's GM roll. I got a 15 now.
Yeah, I'm gonna say it was a DM, and I confirm it is a 15.
Okay, fine. I'll just roll it too, just to play it fair with everyone. Wait,
What do you get down as a wall text?
So basically what it means, it's saying is, anything I'm proficient with, hold on, there's a specific one. Hold on. I know which one it is, because I could basically add a soul die to my roll, so I can add another d8 on top of what I have. As long as I'm proficient with it, I'm pretty sure. Yes, I bolstered knack when you training helped. If you fail an ability check or skill, using a skill or tool, which technically I would have failed, I could technically add my psionic die. So, let me roll that. She is proficient in deception, and Moo can confirm that on my sheet.
Let's see, so that brings it up to 16. So Deckham,
Yeah,
there
like,
we go.
like you feel it for a minute, and then like maybe your servers go on the fritz for a second for some reason. Don't know why. It's like, maybe something was wrong.
In the wind.
Elliot kind of just
No, it's more like, oh, she's lying. Wait, Kyle would never lie to me.
for Elliot, it's like, well, I'm kind of expecting her to lie because she doesn't really trust me due to my nature, but if she wants to tell me, she'll tell me. I'm not gonna pry on it.
God bless this party.
It's the opposite.
This is literal. I love how this is literally my get out of jail free card for any insight roll against me.
Just like looks at you like you are a terrible liar. but she doesn't say anything.
I figured. Damn bards. Always better at that shit.
I kind of want to just roll it, even though I'm asleep. Hold on.
He's just laying upside down.
Alright.
Takes a look.
Wow! Still missed! By one!
Like I hear, like my ears kind of perk up, like. I'd rather be safe.
Let me see, I should have gotten this down. Should be able to fit under that. As she hands you, or Deco, she hands you a greenish lens that she is basically cut and polished down from a larger piece and has kind of set with some wire to be able to attach over your eye, but probably under your facial plate.
Ah, it seems like you finished your creation.
Yeah, I had a broken pass. Only one lens works. That's not always great, but those of us with binocular vision.
What exactly are those, if I may ask?
What does it do?
Well, originally I had a pair of goggles for the night, but I was going to sell them because I got paid them.
I actually knew what those were when Moogle said the lenses. I'm like, goddamn. They're a fun item. They give, what, 30 dark vision? I remember correct.
Yeah, it's just normal dark vision.
Okay.
Well,
Yeah, normally we give you 60, but
Oh. This one's broken, so you get half of that.
I'm okay with that. Thank you. To repair you.
The terror of Ravenloft, I have nerfed your dark visions.
Understandable.
Looking at the goggles and then looking at Declan. Notice the goggles again, but then just absentmindedly says, I suppose you were able to install them and see through the darkness better as we do.
What you see, Elliot, to explain, is she had a pair of goggles. One of the lenses was shattered. And she basically took the other one out and basically has been sitting there grinding and cutting the glass down to a size and then attaching a way for Deckham to basically put it over his sensor.
Damn, she's crafty for doing that all in one night.
She didn't sleep.
Also understandable.
So, you guys see, as you've seen many times before, when, he casts a giant fucking lightning beam out of his face, the face plate's open, and you guys could get a glimpse of that, modified, gem bomb in his head. And he affixes it to it looks like a random portion to you, but it's definitely his ocular port.
Saying that every time makes me wonder if you die, are you just gonna blow up?
Well, that won't be my problem.
As much as I appreciate the sense of humor from that, it's still kind of shitty.
Tingly. Oh.
I thought he was just stating a bare fact. And Ellie's going to be looking over at Autumn. Did you get enough rest?
Yeah. I don't know why. Maybe all that time spent with elves finally paid off and I went out of trance or something. I don't know. You do notice that the wounds that she had, they've definitely healed up like the rest of yours.
Yeah, Elliot's taking a better look at that. It kind of looks a little bit, I guess, creepy because he's really trying to analyze and see if she is who she claims to be. He still has his doubts, but rather than saying it verbally, it's more of like expression of, okay, I see what I'm seeing, I don't know what I'm seeing, so I'm just going to keep analyzing it until I understand it.
Deckham, what's for breakfast? Kyle's just kind of sitting up.
I was going to go with a fruit parfait and bagels.
I mean, that's fine. Better than nothing.
Agreed. What exactly is
Gonna
a fruit
carbo
parfait?
load you people up.
Well, considering you carbo load those two yesterday, God, please never do that to me.
I might have to at some point.
I'm not looking forward to it.
You'll have to forgive my ignorance. What does this carbo boost mean?
Jacob gives you a very in-depth breakdown on why fruit and bread is a good breakfast if you're going to be doing a lot of physical activity that day.
I'll explain to the man who never eats why eating good.
I mean, his main
It's
diet
really
was...
the breakdown of proteins and
I see.
Deckham pulls out the whole fucking pyramid, or the food pyramid, and starts breaking it down.
I'm just gonna roll this for Elliot.
Please tell me Deckham would have like a fucking food pyramid chart in his fucking compartment somewhere.
Oh, absolutely. Probably waterlogged, but
You couldn't tell me that Kay wouldn't at least waterproof that for him. Like, cause that's
yeah,
like...
no, I was about to say it. Deck is probably laminated.
Yeah, as Elliot's listening on this, he just comes with the idea, that would explain why a lot of the noble women or other people are very concerned, picky eaters for their breakfast and lunch.
Well, picky eaters aren't my problem. Especially with all of you, you seem to eat whatever I make.
I lived as a acolyte.
Lord Fizzlebang was quite the picky eater, but can't live off desserts every day.
You know, for somebody who doesn't seem to have the ability to eat, you don't cook to them.
I actually take that as an insult. I'm a fantastic chef.
How did you perfect food, Deckham, if you don't have any taste sensors?
Killed everybody who said it was bad.
Cooking is basically science.
I mean, sure, if you want to get into the nitty gritty, yes.
Yes.
I suspect.
I slowly wake up from my nap and I say it again. I was like, no, Deckham just killed everybody. That said his food was bad. I mean, think about it. You see that this robot is just, destroying everybody.
No, maybe all of you do all of the killing.
But here's the thing. Now it's so ingrained in your program that it's like uncanny valley. If I say the food is bad, you're just going to... Oh?
Well, I'm just going to know that you're wrong.
I suspect
Maybe that's... Okay.
Deckham has been watching our reactions to the food and has been preparing the food to our taste.
Oh, I wouldn't doubt that.
Though I think I may have given him short circuits because of my lack of reaction. That was meant as a joke.
It was quite irritating, yes.
Don't worry, if it makes you feel any better, Elliot, I'm laughing on the inside.
It is a thought that counts. Now, if we are rested and full of carbonite,
Carbonite? Jesus. Yes, we're full of deadly metal. I can't wait.
or carbos, however you pronounce it.
Miser will never not his character perfectly.
He does this to me on purpose, I swear.
No, I think he's just an idiot or ignorant to certain things due to not having experience in it.
You do know that I've been living mostly off of beet juice and animal blood for close to, close to 8 decades now, yes. I've only started having the experience of the
Beets
sensation.
have carbohydrates in them.
Yeah, I was gonna say.
Again, I will elaborate in that I am unaware of all that information. It is still quite new. I just took what I needed and kept going with that. Yeah, it's hard as a player to keep that serious.
Yeah. So, just out because I'm generally curious above table. Does alcohol technically have carbs in it because it is made from bread? Well, depending on or barley.
Alcohols actually do have a lot of carbs in it.
Yeah.
Oh,
Yeah.
well,
Yeah.
okay. Then to kind of get to it. If you want, Elliot, there's always some decent shine and shit on my world that you could probably get your hands on that'll carb load you.
Yeah, but
If
Shut up.
we escape this wretched place and otherworld traveling is still plausible without another incident like this, I may consider it.
Well, considering we all just signed up for a magical steamboat that just hopped through multiverse, I think we're due for one.
Alex is a long stare and he looks over in the direction of where Autumn went. Was she listening in as Kyle said that out loud?
Oh yeah, she's been listening.
Alex just
I
slowly...
do. What's his name? Something. Jelly shine. I can't.
Delicious.
Yeah, Elliot's more focused
the
on...
off-brand.
Elliot's
That's
mostly... Yeah, I was just gonna say, Elliot's mostly focused on if Autumn was listening to when Kyle mentioned about the hamster wheel, or at least our magic steamboat, because...
She said magic steamboat, but that's about it. Like, I don't know if Autumn would actually know what that means.
Elliot is not the one to take chances on that after his little incident, or rather reunion with Mommy, who tried to turn him into a blood sacrifice, so...
Yeah, you win some, you lose some. Sometimes you just gotta kill your mother. That's how it
I
works.
mean, I feel like I should ask about some magical steamboat, but whatever.
Oh, well, we were on a... What's it called again?
Spelljammer.
Yes, they're new to my world. Spelljammer. That's how we all ended up here.
Oh. Oh. Wait, you'll...
Yes.
Had a run-in with the good Captain Margulia.
That we did.
You're not trying to... You're not trying to find one in the event and trying to escape on it, right?
No.
Okay, because that's not going to work.
We have, to put it lightly, something slightly dumber. And I'm just gonna leave it at that. Kyle's just not gonna say anything else.
It is important enough for us to go across this place to there and to the breach. How we are to use it is likely not what you're thinking.
Okay. I mean, when you mentioned the spell jammers, that's what, at least 2 of them, according to at least rumor. If I had my book, I could tell you.
Are there 2 spelljammers in the dark? Wait, what? She's now kind of confused.
Yeah, there's, I think one was an elven ship. Elven is a general idea that, elves typically from most worlds are going to have the same art style like dwarves.
Yeah.
And the other one was called the Unbranchable, Unbelievable.
Wait. What was the name of our spelljammer?
The one you guys came in on?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to ask.
The Dimitri.
Oh, okay, the Dimitri. Okay, my worry was that we started doing some weird, when ours crashed, it did some weird temporal bullshit. At least I'm hoping it didn't. Actually, was it, because Kyle at least would know ships or general makeup, assuming spelljammers function on the same. Did the Dimitri look elvish by nature?
Very human.
The Dimitri was a mixture of human and dwarven with a little bit of adjustments of other things.
Okay.
A hint of goblin.
Alright. Huh. So... Well... Yeah, spelljammers. Fun times.
Either way, I can't remember the name of it. Unsomething. I think it was gnomish.
None of us want to,
Yeah.
still.
Elliot just remains as stone cold faced and unemotional about it, and just thinks to himself, I'm still having suspicions about her.
Anyway,
It's really just protecting your guys' suspicions. He would just tell her everything.
well, we're ready. City awaits.
Well, let us be off, everyone.
Indeed.
Do we have to worry about this for, like, starting a forest fire? Kyle's just kind of still looking at the fire.
No.
Considering how the residents reacted last time, I'm in half a mind to take some of this fire with us and throw it into the nearest place to start a fire. But I don't think that's really productive anymore.
Yes, I was thinking suspicion that wouldn't hinder or help anybody. And we have plenty of ways of starting all the fires.
True, Declan can just light a house on fire.
Zimar, are you still sleeping?
Yeah, sorry. Oh, that's...
Bye. It's going for a split.
Understandable. I guess you really wanted to work off those extra carbs.
True.
Actually, though.
You pass through some heavy gates, through some alleys that seem empty, other than the occasional bloodstain. And eventually come out in a small garden.
Huh.
I see light up ahead. Are you expecting the usual trouble?
Oh, that's not bad.
Those this crossroads. There's a lot of enemies, I think.
So I think this garden is very unkempt. She just looks at the dead tree.
Considering it's a cemetery, but yes.
Ellie will look at some of the tombstones and see if there's any names he might recognize. Or rather, what he's looking for if there's anyone that goes by the name of either Autumn or any Foxgrove, Weathermay Foxgrove names.
Roll perception. You do find an Autumn. But that's not the thing that really throws you off, because it's not her name. What throws you off is you realize that most of these people barely lived a year. Maybe 2 at most. Every single one of them was a child.
He gives a quiet prayer, but then he will also inform the others, or rather to Autumn, this cemetery, is this one for those that were born and died young?
She got to the cemetery at Susan's. It looks like it. I know down the street, I think there's a clinic, perhaps. She kind of looks out the gate. Yep, there's a sign for it. It says clinic. I don't know if it's that kind or not. Many of the buildings can't be accessed.
I only ask because I just remembered a horrible situation when we first came here, or rather when we came here in our first encounter, somewhat, before meeting Lady Morwen.
She's about to step out, like, stealthily, and then she's gonna stay tight. I'm going to assume stealth isn't your capability.
Some of us, yes. For 2 of us, no.
Sadly, not for half of us. Unless you want us to be the
I'm not
distraction.
great at it, but I'm not as bad as he is.
That one, I'm pretty sure just clings every time he takes a step. Points at Elliot. But, if it helps, I do have a way to communicate without talking, so it can at least alleviate that. And it does go for a very long ways, if you don't mind.
No, your choices.
Well, all I ask is you at least open up your mind and pray and some other thing. And she's going to, hold on, I gotta roll my D8.
I'll take points.
So do, just for the sake of remembering, Kyle can kind of control the flow of information and what goes in and out, but anyone else could also end the connection at any point. Whenever it decides to roll my D8 3 years later.
So what am I seeing this here?
You notice that these are lantern, like street lamps that are lit.
Ah.
Wow, only an hour. God damn it. Oh well, it's my freebie, so. So Kyle just kind of says, this is how it works. Don't have to move your lip or anything. Just think it. I'll control what goes through, etc., etc.
Oh,
This is connecting everyone, including Autumn. If she's willing, or allows it.
She does.
Okay.
Ellie's just gonna put a hand out to stop, because he's pretty sure he fucked it up, but doesn't want anyone else to get caught in it.
God bless our fucking paladin.
And let me see if I can try and move over here. Oh, shit.
I want to move over here. I'm dead.
You see that kind of thing rummaging through what looks like trash, or
Through the mental link, you just hear, Elliot, are you okay?
Two.
goes this guy standing with some familiar-ish faces.
Through the link, he just says, it's called a crossroads for a reason.
We're gonna die here.
There is one behind me and a few close by. I don't know if they heard me. Do not be too close to me in case they hear me through the armor.
Straight through, they tend to focus on the burning things. But that's the path. She points down this way is the main way. So always around. That looks like a really bad situation over that way.
Then, using the mental link, I suggest we go around and try to not draw as much attention as possible. At the very least, find a choke point that we can, in the event that we're swarmed.
Well, if we're swarmed, at least we can yell out for a mile away.
I suppose. Alright, so I'm going to take the path around here. Hopefully I do not alert them. Should I roll another stealth or just keep my 10 for the time being?
I'll let you roll another one if you would like.
Here we go, guys! I got no proficiency in stealth. This is gonna suck. Oh yeah.
Wow! Well, good thing you have no blood, so they're not gonna go after you. Smile.
Yeah,
He has blood. We just established that he had blood.
Oh, shush. He keeps it on his person. That's his extra blood that he uses for dramatic effect.
Ah, yes. That goes fantastic fucking initiative rolls.
Wait, hold on. I could save it. Well, I'm going first, I guess. Maybe. Nope, never mind. I forgot we also have more decks. Never mind. I'm in the middle. I'll take that, actually.
Oh, what a party we are.
At least I can see now.
I mean, it kind of makes sense. Elliot has literally just a 10 on his dex, so...
Well, that and you also have disadvantage because heavy armor.
Uh-huh. Oh.
You need some mithril, my friend.
We can get any here.
I highly doubt we will. Unless that fucking wild-ass salesman that we met way back is like, haha, I have mithril for you!
I mean, there is a mithril mine, but we gotta deal with an undead silver dragon for that.
Oh, thanks.
Nah, I'm good.
Exactly.
I'd like to keep my soul and my ability to live.
And Autumn, who's like, oh shit, it's Autumn, runs up and just straight up stabs it.
The question is it still standing?
Mm-hmm.
Through
I think
the
he took a fucking beating.
telepathic link.
As you hear it screech.
Oh, crap.
Elliot, what the fuck did you do?
I was spotted. Miss Autumn decided to take initiative and silence it, but it was not enough as this thing is hardy.
You hear like her start to talk and then through the mental leak. we get it down fast enough that it doesn't make too much noise, the others won't be attracted. And it's Mars, your turn.
We are here by. Oh, actually, I don't know where Buddy is at.
Let's see. Well, I can definitely swiftness my way up to it. And agility is my way up to it.
Noom! Deckard, you're gonna hear through the thing. You're fine on your own now, right? Now that you can kind of see?
Yes, I'll be alright.
Okay.
Two of those hit or just one of those?
Let's see. Hit, miss, miss.
Aye, and then roll a, if it's not dead, roll a dex save. And fails, so it's knocked prone.
Elliot, you can hear from the telepathic thing that thing is very sturdy. It's still alive.
Jesus Christ.
It is. It's actually looking pretty bad. I mean, it looked bad in the first place. Now it's just like...
It's just missed a lot.
Shit. Alright, Zamar, if that's it, Kyle.
So I'm gonna... Thank God I have 35 movement. Bonus action. Dash. Time to stab.
It is prone, so you do get advantage, that weirdly.
Thank fuck.
I'm gonna take the first damage, just cause.
Why? Nah, just kidding.
Looks like his 16's higher than 14.
Normally. I don't know how math works, but I'm no mathematician, but... Anyway, yeah, that's my turn.
Hey, Beckham, is 16 higher than 14?
Most of the time.
Alright, this thing is not doing well.
Oh my god!
Are we talking about negatives or positives?
Yes.
Well, I'm pretty negative right now. You hear through the
Then a
metal.
14 is higher.
He watches this thing begins to try to stand up after that, and you hear the snapping and popping as some of its joints and limbs that were broken pop back together. And let's see, eeny, meeny, miny, mo. High it is. 13 and a 10 don't hit either of you, so it doesn't matter who it was targeting.
Thing's
Alright.
really feeling it.
Hold on, I'm gonna scrub this. Step out of the cot, and I can barely see it. I've got line of fire. Please tell me this is 60-foot range. It is.
Here we go.
Clear.
Let's see how dexty these bastards are.
It's prone, so it has disadvantage, but failed anyway.
Oh no,
I think he
stood
stood up.
right.
Yeah, he just did
Oh,
take
okay.
up the thing.
So he still fails. So yeah, he's hurting again. He's hurting real bad. Elliot.
Yep, hold on, just want to see if I can make it. I got the spider climb thing, right? So,
Operation Ground and Pound, let's go!
This is just horrible for this poor thing. Well,
It's sad because it should have been dead like 3 times over. We're just bad.
yeah. Yes. Oh.
There it goes.
I'll just put it this way: it had 7 hit points.
Alright, so what I imagine is Elliot's like, I'm tired of this, and just fucking drags it down and just like, just collapse it.
Well, I will put it this way: you slammed into this thing, and you Elliot, being who you are, realize that the force damage that the slashing and such damage that you did might not have killed this thing until you watch the wound burst into radiant flame. And go, oh, yeah, that probably did it.
Through the telepathy, I suspect these things are vulnerable to perhaps the sun's radiance and fire, which is why they might be focused on flames.
Thank God I have none of that. Though I do have silver bullets, but I'm not about to fire a gun and attract everything in the town.
Please don't.
Weirdly enough, I've done it before, I think.
Did a screaming horde come after you?
I feel like on a few occasions, yes.
Let's not chance it. Are we at a combat, by the way, or?
Yeah, I'm just gonna keep the turn order up.
I think it would make sense.
Get out of here with those guys.
Elliot,
Why is
just
there-
move over here.
Is that? I keep looking at it like, is that a giant cockroach or corn or a basket? I don't know.
Oh, it's a baby carriage.
Yeah, that's what I thought it was.
Even better.
And Elliot's
It's
right
empty, but there's a lot of blood on it.
I hate this
Oh,
place.
tried. In fact, you kind of notice there's a lot of blood. Jackham, as you move through, you do notice that there is a door open and there is light and dancing shadows moving.
Elliot's just uncomfortable seeing that baby
Deco
carriage.
will go through the mental link. Oh, Miss Kyle, if you could peek through this door over here. You seem to be the least noticeable, as per usual.
Yeah, give me a minute. She'll kind of just look around, and I don't know how to do this without, like, throwing her in the thing, so I'll kind of let you move her just for the sake of the perception roll, then move her. Because I don't want to, like, because she still wants to be hidden, but there's a door in the way, kind of thing.
I want you can roll it, or your stealth at a hand.
I'll roll my sleight of hand. Jesus. Oh, there's something ugly in there.
A corpse of one of those guys, and standing over it, cutting away.
Oh, it looks like I found the local Red Cross.
Roll a perception for me.
Uh, 18.
Even with the fire and the fireplace and the other lights in here, you notice is like she turns and kind of looks to the sides or at things. You can see that same eerie blue glow that has happened on some of the enemies you faced, coming out from behind that mask.
Alright, so, depending on what you want to do, there's a woman cutting up a corpse in here that looks like she's in probably one of the worst nurse costumes ever. That's the
Just
part.
leave it alone.
Oh, I didn't plan on her. It's the question is, could I sleight of hand the door closed? If so, since you
Sure.
Just in case. God bless having expertise in this. So she's going, alright. And let's never look in there again.
Using the telepathic link that bad.
Reminds me of home. And not in the good ways.
I'm sorry to hear that.
Yeah. Let's just keep going.
Ellie will, again, go taking points since he's at least confident he could survive a rush attack, if anything.
He's also literally our... I'm gonna attract every enemy to me while the party beats the shit out of me.
God damn it.
He's literally our bait and lure.
You're not wrong. Alright. Using the mental link just one more time. Shall I take points, or are you all going to attempt the stealthy approach?
At this point, you're probably better off taking point.
At least I got a better chance of survival, and you guys can attack while it's focused on me. Damn it.
It's backs to you.
Elliot immediately just says,
Just for the moment it was.
and he says, shit. He actually curses in the mental link. Right.
Wow, that's the first time I heard Elliot curse, and it's literally not from his mouth. Which is true, because it's kind of funny.
Yeah, this is the first time he cursed.
Fuck! Elliot says fuck.
No, he says shit. He actually said shit.
Interesting. Interesting to see his...
She kind of motions for you to come back through the door, or this archway,
Yeah.
and she'll hold an action. So, Zamar.
Well, assuming that there's some guys over there, the harsh language that our friend used.
Like the Captain America. Language.
Like another path to the left here? Or...
Yeah. It was around the side of the house.
I don't want to explore over there. They haven't seen him yet, right, though?
No, they have. They literally
Yeah.
said all at him. That's why Elliot said shit.
He was about this.
Okay, well, I'll just be ready to. I'm gonna sit next to Elliot here and just kind of wait for things to happen.
Oh, shit's gonna happen.
I have a bad feeling it will. Yeah.
I have a bad feeling the nurse from Bloodborne's about to fucking burst through the wall Kool-Aid style and beat our ass.
Oh wait. Is that the? Can you see that token again? The nurse one.
That's not exactly. I was making a joke because it looks...
This
Like-
is very Bloodborne.
Yeah.
Yeah, because my computer connection, or rather my internet connection, has been jittery, so I probably fast.
Yeah, that's the one that's cutting people up.
Okay.
He's getting rid of the bad blood.
Shut up, Cheetah. Blood for the blood god.
They don't say that.
True.
And you do,
They just sacrifice
Right.
themselves for eldritch gods and dolls.
raise these 19, or does 19 hit?
It-
Elliot? Yeah.
Yes, it does. Hold on, let me just remove that +2 from the haste because it's 17. So it's,
Oh.
Yeah, so it hits you for 7 and has grabbed a hold of you with those unnaturally long fingers.
Okay. Am I able to break it out right now?
You
Or
missed bite.
yeah, it missed the bite.
Because it went straight for your throat, and that lovely Gorget was like, nope.
Yeah. Go on. Yeah.
Oh, those Orith anti-vampire Gorgets.
Yeah.
You know, those very specific niche things that happen once every year. Oh. Oh no. There's windows.
I suspect that was gonna be the case.
Yeah, like I said, someone's about to fucking pop through the thing. Alright, walk up. Fucking... Hiya! Shit! Hiya! At least I rolled the same damage. That's funny as shit, actually.
That does hit. Okay, so that puts that at here and there we go.
One away from crit again. Jesus.
Jacob.
I am going to go with all reliable.
A gun?
No. A squirt gun.
I'm imagining at this point it's not acid splash. It's literally ooh. Do you think half or is it saber suck?
It's cantrip.
It hid behind Elliot. It was like,
Oh,
Deck him!
What?
I understand your new optic lenses are superior, but please
Yeah.
do not. Please avoid friendly fire.
I didn't hit you. The reason I didn't hit it.
speaking of Elliot, you're grappled, so what are you doing?
Okay. Let's see if I can. Let me see. My movement speed is 0, but I was wondering if I could just somehow shimmy my way over here. Kind of.
Make me a strength check.
Sure. It's not an advantage.
Yeah, you're able to kind of pick this thing up and turn, even though, you know, it's holding on to you like a child. You're just like, I'm moving over here.
Yeah, you know what? DM, could I bring this little bugger with me over here, like reverse the grapple, or I don't know. I leave it to
You know what? With a 27 athletics, yeah, you hold on to it, and you're like, mm-mm.
Yeah, I'm just gonna take him over here. into this little corner.
Leaving my plane.
And here's an attacks.
13 misses. It was kind of that repositioning, but that other one. Let's see, that's a 12 and a 14. So, okay.
Take this little bastard to the corner. Into the alleyway, like, okay. Out of sight, out of mind. Out of sight, out of mind. Take this little bastard over there. I guess Kyle and Zamar just see, like, this little thing grabbing onto Elliot. I was like, no. Gonna grab him by whatever collar or rags this thing has. He's gonna pick it up and
I
start.
say in the mental link, nothing surprises me.
No, at this point, I'm just surprised we're not dead in a fucking corner.
But yeah, that's it for Elliot.
She's more concerned about the person inside, so she's holding an action. Zamar, you're up.
Well, did you say anything about the things inside?
Yes, we did.
Will you even get inside?
Earlier, Kyle peeked through the door here, saw this lady here chopping up this thing over here, then stealthily closed door.
guess there's no room to really. No, there's not like room to attack this thing. We get to kind of have it up the stairs. I can throw a rock. I can throw 2 rocks.
No! But for the love of God, Zamar, do not anger the woman in there.
I'm gonna throw a rock at the enemy down here.
Okay, good.
the one that
I thought you were gonna throw it at the window. I was like, I don't want to die.
I throw 2 rocks.
When is Zamar just gonna get proficient in rock? I don't care.
And I
He's a
also
monk.
am going.
He's a monk. He's proficient in whatever he spends 30 minutes proficiency in. This guy is rock.
Just every rock he picks up, I am now proficient with you.
That will be my turn.
The 15 hit.
Sweet. For 6 damage.
Man. All right.
This thing doesn't want to fucking die.
I'm kind of glad because the things that I've actually killed with rocks is absurd.
No, we want this to die. If anything, it would be a good thing if it did.
Oh wait, sure. Wait a minute for a moment. I fucked up in calculation there. It's a lot hurt compared to where it was.
Oh. I think I know why.
Buffalo's miss.
Yeah, it's desperately flailing and biting.
And Elliot just, I think he should probably shift his grip to his throat now at this point.
And Queen King, I can't fucking talk. Queen Killsteel coming in. Fucking
Do it.
jumps off of Elliot's shoulders. Hiya! I missed. Oh wait, no, that hit.
I'm just curious, Alden, did you do the hi-ya out loud?
No, I'm not fucking stupid. Kyle literally does the mental link so she doesn't have to do that shit. So basically, Elliot, as you're kind of dragging to the corner, Kyle just like jumps over your shoulders and just fucking bashes it with her shoulders, and kind of like the 2 spiked blades just come out and stab down into it. This is why we need stealth. Quick operation.
Never was built for stealth missions.
Just be glad at least some of us are. She says that as like the purple blades just kind of retract back into her elbows. At this point, I just figured Kyle's just like a Wolverine ripoff. But where?
You hear through the psychic link. He kind of reminds me of my grandfather. Except grandpa was killed in one case. But anyway.
The person I just killed, or?
No, it is.
Oh, you mean a shrewd old man that just keeps going?
He wouldn't have been called Greybeard, would he?
No, my
Oh, shit,
grandfather's
Frank's
name was Stevie.
I'm just saying.
Which was a really weird name because the man was constantly on, like... Yeah, you ever had too much coffee?
I never really drank coffee.
Yeah, he didn't... I'm not sure he slept.
So what's beyond in front of Elliot? Is that a dead?
Just a dead end.
Yeah, that's why Kyle just kind of went the other way.
Right. Very carefully begin making his way
You see
past.
some bloody rags and stuff where that it was picking through, but...
Elliot, come on, we gotta go the other way.
Well, here we go again.
So glad our
What's the
man
highest
has-
methods?
probably Kyle. I think hers is 19. Close. 17.
What was it,
Roll
past?
me a perception.
I've got 16.
That's high too.
You two can roll me perceptions.
21.
18, sadly.
Good job, Zamar!
Like, Deckham had a high perception too.
Oh,
Yeah, this is 16.
Right.
That makes sense.
Okay, Kyle and Deckham, you both, and you notice as Autumn kind of, her ears twitch, as you hear a gunshot in the distance.
Should we be worried? Through the mental link.
You see, she kind of is listening, she tilts her head. No, that's probably okay. That means it's a, she probably killed whatever was coming after.
Oh, does your mother use a firearm?
Oh.
Amongst other things. Like guilt. She's very good at guilt.
I am concerned about this use of guilt, but... as you know-
Oh, right. You mentioned you had a problem with your parents, so... explains this. She's one of those people that, you know, kill your soul with weird, crushing guilt for things that you never actually were, like, guilty of.
So just literally everything in Ravenloft?
No, like, not taking out the trash or something.
Oh, she guilt trips you.
But in, like, a way that crushes your soul.
Oh, so like that she's not upset, she's just disappointed kind of way?
Yeah, that's exactly it.
Elliot using the communication 2 more.
Wait, where is Elliot?
He's down here.
Yeah. Tiptoe through the garden.
As in, he moved very quickly past the nurse's window.
That
So
nurse
Mark-
is gonna...
Yeah, they're staring some...
And he is hugging the wall for now.
I hate that this place is just gives me too much Bloodborne vibes, and I'm waiting for like someone to pull out a giant, what is it?
Celtic Beast.
Scythe that transforms into, well, that too, but like scythe that turns into fucking something else, like a glaive, and then just gets stabbed on it.
Oh, we already got stabbed before with the big armored guy with the sword, so.
Well, who's this we? You got stabbed. I was just chilling.
Come on.
Sorry, what?
We were wondering if you were sticking back there for a reason.
Yeah. I'm sorry.
Feeling alright, buddy?
Yeah,
My
it's
brain too hurt.
going on and off. It's hurting.
No worries. Oh, of course. Of fucking course.
Elliot just steps in. All the oh, wow.
Wow. Well, you win some, you lose some, I guess. That's the quickest turnaround I've seen, and I love it.
He just kind of turns, points, and before there's anything audible, it's Kyle's turn. Her turn, I believe.
Yeah, it's
Shite.
I imagine like it's still turning around and like trying to get like a. Oh my god! Every time I see that weapon, dude, she had Sentinel. She'd be a scary motherfucker.
She had what?
Sentinel.
Oh shit, that's right. Somebody was supposed to use sending this morning, but oh
We all forgot.
We were too busy getting upset on how the food pyramid works and carbohydrates.
You didn't ask.
We all forgot. Period.
We'll get there at some point. Also, we were talking about the Willie's Magic Steamboat.
Zipar, it's your turn.
Beautiful.
Dang.
Man,
And make him say the extra.
Sure. He failed.
yeah, because his body dead. Dead.
After the third hit. So,
yeah, so you don't have to keep.
Okay.
Unless our DM's malicious, but I don't think Moogle's that mean.
and just out of curiosity,
Oh no.
no.
Oh my god, what a fucking dumbass.
You realize they're not exactly the best.
No, I do, but it's funny as shit. It's like, here's a nat 20, here's 2 nat 1s.
He's like sitting here staring over this like broken part of the railing here, down into this area, and just like, eh?
So the street. Why did that just make me think of fucking Home Improvement? Anyway, is down here, like, how steep of a drop is it down?
It's about 20 feet right now.
Ellie, you want to just throw some rope down and we can just try to sneak down?
But these landings is like 10, and then 10
Oh, okay.
upstairs.
Or, thoughts. We could either rope down and avoid this one over here, or we can just risk taking it out and just keep going.
I'm curious of the ones that are possibly further down below.
Well, we're still gonna have to travel downward, hopefully. 'Cause I don't want to go back up.
Agreed.
The only way through is down the street, yeah.
Yeah.
Ping for us, or shift ping? Okay. So,
That's just odd, like doing her weird, like I know which direction.
yeah, Elliot going with the mental link, then let's use what's, the rope and head down.
Alright, Kyle, just sleight of hand, tie it off to one of these. So I'll roll my sleight of hand.
You get advantage.
The one time I have advantage for taking rope tying
it's
lessons. 27.
Yeah, you're pretty sure you've never tied a tighter knot in your life.
The one perk of being a ship captain, I know how to tie a sailor's knot as she kind of slowly slides down the rope.
Elliot with
Not
the...
not letting me jump over at Moogle. You're gonna have to move me down. Thank you.
Yeah, Elliot's just gonna use his, spider climb that he
Oh, you're a
has.
prick.
What?
I set up a rope and it's like, da-da-da.
I need it.
Yeah, I know. I know.
He's climbing down spider climb style because he wants to make sure that the rope is secured at the bottom. Or at the very least, there's no enemies down there that's going to jump us when we go down. And then through the telepathic link, Zamar.
Or are you doing Tabaxi or Crazy Monk Jump?
Oh no.
Tuck and roll. My
I
favorite
think
monk jump.
I think I can just go down.
Yeah, you can just jump
Yeah.
because you have like reduced fall damage. Oh, what was that sound? Like he dinked off something.
I heard a screech noise all of a sudden.
Yeah, I know. That was the sound of him jumping and flailing.
Huh, so that wasn't the first time I hit that bottle before.
Oh, that was
moving
Moogle.
my character at the same time.
Oh,
Yeah, that
well,
was-
yeah.
It's
That's
him
because we
moving
didn't have access to go down that way because Moogle basically made it a wall. That's why we couldn't do it.
Invisible walls.
Pretty much.
Cool.
But he made them. Yeah, it basically made invisible walls, but made both ways see-through, so we could look at through it, and it wouldn't block the repair vision.
So, Elliot will collect the rope, but he is going to be cutting it because he doesn't want to waste time. So I believe that 25-foot rope is now 20-foot rope.
We're
It's only like a 22.
Okay.
We're using
23
so much
rope.
fucking rope.
Like actual
I have
adventurers.
never
would.
seen a D&D party get so much use out of rope.
I have, but for other reasons.
Yeah, mostly it's tying people up, not actually using it to go down.
Fucking rope. Oh.
To be fair though, monks are kind of bullshit because they're like, I can jump down and take no fall damage. Fuck you. I think
I
20
did
feet
see a
is
group try to go 200 feet from a floating city into hell, so, you know.
with a rope?
Yeah.
How the fuck does that work?
Magic rope.
Well, about as well as climbing down a rope with a bunch of flying enemies that they didn't think about when.
At that point, just fucking jump down and cast levitate or featherfall and pray.
Oh, they didn't have access to that kind of stuff because nobody played a spellcaster.
What? Okay, then they deserve to die. Wait, there's even like magic items like brooms of what the fuck?
Just sticking to the walls while, I guess I'll roll a perception to keep an eye out for any enemies that might be hiding. Oh, shit.
What's wrong, Elliot?
Well, that's the player speaking. Elliot just... I haven't rolled Elliot's perception yet.
There's way too much open areas, which scares me.
Yeah, Elliot just go, feels like everything is clear.
Except, I mean, even without that, you still see... You definitely see the one guy.
Oh yeah, as soon as Elliot pops over or looks over, he then says, oh, there's quite a lot in the center here.
Should we be worried?
Yes.
Is there any way around?
I don't know. I see 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. I think I see a 6th one. They're around that really big giant fire there.
Well, if we're lucky, they're dumb. So it seems like our new friend seems to be have another plan.
Lady Autumn, do
Not
you...
very good. I was just checking. Oh, shite. Yeah.
Anything?
Well, this is at least one of those things. The clawy ones, the ugly, you know, they're all ugly. What am I talking?
I mean, if it's only one, we can probably take it down and then see what we can get.
Yeah,
The other problem is I don't think this is a through road.
Such a pain. Jacob, do you have something that will make a giant, that can make a giant just destruction? Yeah, that you could.
I will tell you
Well, it
now,
also-
they are somewhat bunched together, but I suspect you may miss 1 or 2 of them.
It would be incredibly loud as well.
I mean, at this point, might as well risk it to get through, right? Someone shot a gun.
And
I'm worried that if that person did use the firearm to alert the enemies, would this not do the same effect?
Nothing ventured, nothing gained.
Very well. I will trust you all in your
Okay.
judgment. Yes.
I can get the 3 in the center, but the 3 at the extremities I cannot get.
Very well.
And I'm not even sure if it will take them all out at the same time.
Then, allow me to be the decoy, because they will most likely go after what looks to be the most presentable.
Right, after if you all can get them to group together somehow. But remember, most of them have ranged capabilities.
Not these ones that I've seen thus far, but we shall see. No.
How's your accuracy, Jacob?
What?
She's like kind of leans over, and even though it's like she remembers, all right, I can do this for the right. How's your accuracy?
It would be an area of effect, so 100%.
I don't trust easily, so please don't make me hate this, okay?
Understood.
And she's going to take defensive stance as her action.
You all hear the mental sigh in Elliot.
All right. Zemar, were you going to do something? Or did you want to wait and see what happens?
I think I'm just, we'll get with the group and see what happens.
Kyle?
I'm going to trust that our sorcerer and our new friend, quote unquote, have this handled, so Kyle's just gonna kind of watch the situation. Here, let me just move her at least to kind of assess. Well, probably right there since.
Yeah, let's see. One does get to make a couple of attacks at her at disadvantage. But, yep, she's flanked, so that's normal. Miss and miss. Deckham.
Alrighty. Give me 2 seconds here. As I reread what this does.
You hear them mentally. Be ready. There's a few more.
Yes,
Oh,
I see
I'm-
2 more.
I'm quite ready, and this should be alright. Perfect. Alright. You see a little, like, bug kind of fly out of Deckham's shoulder and land, and, in her ears go in a set of little cat-based earplugs as he, for the first time, uses Careful spell. Because I switched out my, fucking thing.
Dude, Careful spell is so amazing.
And
You kind of see, he
literally
kind of turns and looks at you like, wait.
centered on her.
Uh-oh.
A level 3 shatter.
Oh! Oh, wow.
I think they're pretty average rolls.
True, I hope they don't like thunder damage. We're gonna be loud anyway, so it's gonna hurt.
Yeah.
Okay, how many do I have? 1, 2, 3, 4.
5, I think? Since I think I know.
1, 2, 3, it would be 6.
6, yeah.
6 of them?
Yeah, because it's 10-foot radius.
Is it only a 10?
I think so.
Yeah, Shatter's not that big.
Oh.
It's very small, which is funny.
But it makes
But it
such a
had, like,
loud
a
noise.
You should have had you do this instead.
Well, it's gonna make a sound for 300 or 500 feet away, so.
Oh, those are not the ones I meant to do. And I closed their sheet like a dumbass.
Man, I hope they're made out of inorganic material.
You know, the funny thing is, Shatter doesn't have a sound range on the spell.
Oh, does it not?
No.
It's like a pop? Oh, yeah. Huh.
Okay,
I think
so-
it's the only thunder damage outside of Thunderwave that doesn't have, like, a sound thing.
I think Thunderwave even has a sound tied to it.
Yes.
Weird.
So that would be 17 divided by 2.
Oh, interesting.
And,
8.
8.
Blue?
Oh, my Discord just did a funny.
Damn, I can only go
Here?
up to here.
Is everybody else here?
Yeah, I'm still here.
Discord just kind of dropped for a second.
Crap, I can only go up to there.
Alrighty. Elliot?
Well, unfortunately, Elliot cannot reach with his sword.
Or rock?
You know what?
Oh, that's right.
Can I
Let's take
say
the-
that?
I still have some javelins, so I'm just gonna throw 2 javelins at Mr. Hat guy over here. Actually, let me make sure he's. I don't. Yeah, right, perfect. He's right in range.
Another 22 hits.
Then I pulled out the sword, the blade of the Black Templar. He didn't like the javelin stuck in him.
That's a 18
They
and
both
a
hit.
17. I need a DC or a 2 Constitution saves, I believe.
Okay, thankfully I got my auras. 2 con saves. All right. Oh, here we go. Oh, then you should make sure I click that back up. Okay.
Oh.
Hmm.
Oh,
Oh.
that's a fail. You have 1 point of corrupted rust. Which -2 to all ability checks and attacks until they're cleared.
Huh.
Okay. So.
And you did take 17 points of slashing damage.
I'll be sure to keep that in eye. Let's see. So that is -2 on ability checks and attacks. Okay. I'll just put that in now.
And he has advantage because of the closeness. And he is wielding a different weapon, so. That hits her. And that hits her.
Didn't you take the dodge action?
Oh, right, so that would negate. That would still hit her. Just not crit, thankfully.
Yeah.
Okay, I drop from there.
So that would be 11 points of damage. And it is now her turn. I feel like we need better piano music. I was expecting this to die very quickly.
Sorry, my spells are too much damage.
Jacob, you need a fireball.
I almost took it, but I have lightning bolt.
I mean, you could. I guess we could line them up that way.
Dude, I think I added some moves online.
Yeah, I mean, when I can get there, I see a pretty damn decent line. Just might fucking fry her again.
Oh my god.
Stupid, oh, you need to install an extension.
There's a reason I got careful spell instead of subtle spell.
Little spell's good. I just don't think it's great in Ravenloft where like magic casters aren't as
Yeah, I'm going through my spells and switching out my control castery stuff for damage.
Some more bang bang.
You're slowly beginning to realize this is not a control kind of game.
Fucking, she really does not like being here.
Well, can't you change your spells every level? Or no, I guess you change your meta.
I can change one spell.
Oh, okay.
She comes back. She does the dimension door back. That wasn't what I. Ow. I meant for you to wait till I did that.
Next time.
Oh, I forgot to do with him.
Oh boy. Elliot by himself right now. It's gonna be. Oh damn.
I'm trying to get them on my way.
Zamar, it's your turn.
The only thing I hear from Elliot's telepathy thing, the telepathy link, is just, well, I suppose this should be expected.
Nothing in our party works the way it should.
Perfect.
I'm slowly learning that.
It's a couple dudes.
Damn it.
You can still make the line, buddy. You can still make the line.
To be fair though, Jeebus, we have evasion, so at least you can sculpt it around us and we'll just take no damage.
The problem is I can only make it 30 feet.
What, with sculpting?
No,
The
me.
movement.
My
Oh.
feet.
Yeah,
Jeebus.
and then
Run faster.
We're
And
fucking
then-
robot.
yeah, and then with the lightning, you can crack
It
about
was
these.
built for murder.
Yeah, you're literally a worm cast. Well, not currently.
No,
you're
I'm
not.
not.
You
No,
were at one point.
butler.
You're using lightning bolt, you said, right?
I'll make this guy.
Yeah, no.
Make this guy.
Which guy are you attacking?
Guy right in front of me, right above me.
Okay.
I mean, you might singe some of Elliot's non-existent hair, but
I have to hit him.
And do
17.
a dex save.
Okay, just a moment. Let me get the. And you want a dex save from him? Which is not an advantage, so it's a 13, so he fails.
Is found. Dying for his mother.
I don't think he has a mother anymore. She was the one in the carriage. Alright, Mogul. I pull out the fun dice. Now we roll them.
oh no.
Oh, yes! This is the best one. Here's what it does, by the way.
I'm worried.
No, this is actually really good. So how many times do I roll Steel Wind Strike, Moogle?
Let me check Steel Wind Strike real quick. You flourish a weapon, choose up to 5 creatures.
5? Okay, so 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. So basically everyone that's not the bloodied one.
And then you'll end up within 5 feet of the last one.
Okay, that's what I kind of figured. It should have a +6 this, so I don't know. I'm gonna make sure this can roll correctly. Oh, damn. Well, that's one.
So,
I'm guessing.
first one misses.
Oh, wait, hold on. Is it not adding the +6? It's not.
No, wait.
It's not.
It's not.
No. Well, no, it is adding +6 modifier.
Huh. Okay.
Yeah, it's not
hold on, let me see
rolling
if I-
though. It just says NAN plus mod plus proficiency, so
It's not rolling the dice.
that one. What?
What is this thing?
Oh, let me roll here. Let me just see if it. I'm not gonna put. Why does it keep forcing it in string?
Because they usually default.
It's because she's not a spellcaster, and I'm trying to put it in as something weird. What has a +6? Oh, my intelligence. I'll just use that. That actually has a +6 for now, and I'll just take out that regular +6 and re-roll them. Start. There we go. Okay, let me try it now, because I want to make sure these work. All right, yeah, that. Okay, so that's to the first one. Well, sorry, it's really weird that it wasn't working. All right, so that's the first one. This is gonna be the second one. Okay, I'll take that.
Misses.
And this is gonna be the third one.
Third one.
I thought I clicked it. Probably load. Oh, there we go. There's 18. That's the third one.
Okay, number 4.
Loading. Oh, well, there's the last two. I don't think I'd have advantage, so.
No, I'm afraid not.
That's
I believe
fine.
you are right there.
Yep. And as a bonus action, disengage. Because I didn't use my movement yet. So, basically, Deca, what you see is Kyle throw some dice on the ground, and like in a purple blur, just kind of like ping-pongs off of all these people, and then just kind of pops back up right here, and then just walks away. Huh. That one's cool.
What was that?
You're teaching me how to do that.
I too would like to know that myself.
That one was probably the best one I could have rolled in the situation, honestly, of everything I had.
Alright. God dang it. Quick, closing sheets. Alright, these are coming at Zamar.
Oh.
Ow.
Yeah, that's the first one, and the second guy misses, and the third guy hits on the last one, so that's a total of,
Before.
24. Ow.
no, 23, because there was a 21 at that 20, and then an 18. I think the 18 hits you, doesn't it?
Oh, yeah, I see the 10 now.
So it would be 10
21.
plus 11, so that's 22, 35.
Alright, 24. Yeah, it's 34 damage you took. At least that's what I'm seeing it.
The one time I wish I need that fucking spell again and RNG to be in my favor.
Deck him.
Excuse me, pardon me, excuse me. Hello, gentlemen. Going to be blasting this fucking carriage right here.
I'm suddenly getting the image of Parasite Eve now.
Pretty much.
Alright, well, I'm going to need a DC 16 dexterity save. I would be using a 3 of my sorcery points, because these guys are undamaged. To roll how many d8s again? I always forget. I think it's a 6.
68.
So, no, I'm sorry. It's 8 d8.
Excellent. I was wrong.
They'll fail.
Stop hurting, my friend. And then, as bonus action, I am going to do the worst possible option for a mage. Use my tempestuous magic to move another 10 feet. Maybe relieve my ability of some damage.
My boy.
Be fine.
Elliot?
Okay, I think I wrote this thing down right, so I got a -2 to my attack, so I'm just adding that to the global attack modifier. This guy's still prone, right?
Yeah.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure as I do this to him. You know what? It's a little bit dangerous, and I kind of want to make sure we're all going to be getting out of this alive, so I'm just going to Divine Favor for my bonus action. Hopefully this doesn't mess up my Q thing, or the damage rolls. So, guy that's on the ground. We're rusting me. Hope this...
And don't forget to make your con save on that.
Hmm?
Well... Oh, your con save for the rust.
Oh, I already did though, didn't I? Or let me do it again.
Not for the turn.
Yeah, I failed the second one.
Where's it at?
Right there, the -2. That's the rust.
No, I meant, did you roll to negate it? Con save.
Oh, no, I did not. I thought it was going to be there for a while. No, I still have it. Alright.
DC's.
Dude, it's a 14.
Yeah, DC's 14. You're good.
Oh, why am I thinking 15? Okay, so hold on. Let me just push that out. Okay. Anyway, I'm gonna make my way around.
I'm gonna be honest with you, he had like 14 hit points.
I'm just sad that none of my Steel Wind strikes, some of them didn't hit, because that would have been really good.
And gonna still keep the advantage and focus on this guy over here. And bring the sword right down on his head from behind. That's such a low ass roll. I don't know if the 16 hits.
Yeah,
Oh,
I think it does. Oh, no.
so one thing about Steel Wind Strike that I think we read wrong is you can teleport to any one of the targets. You don't have to be at the one you finish. It just says one target. Within
Well, that's
5
up to you. Did you not like where you landed?
No, it was fine. I'm just letting you know for future reference.
Okay.
Alright, that's it
'Cause
for
to be
Elliot.
fair, I also thought it would work that way too.
I will remember this for the one that has it. Okay, is that it, Elliot? Or...
Yep.
Alrighty.
Alright, team, I believe in you. You're doing great out there, kids.
That one's gonna go after Zamar. And he had a different weapon, so... okay. So Zamar takes 7 fire damage as he gets smacked with a torch. And let's see what this other guy who is like hanging on to pure life does to Elliot.
Wow.
2 17s.
They are just meeting his AC.
These guys really don't like you.
No, they don't. Hold on. My thing
14
is
points
lagging.
of damage.
17, yes, 14 points of damage. I need to take 2 con saves, so... Actually, no, 4, because I got hit. Hold on. Person just...
You only have to take 2 con saves, you only have to hit twice.
No, he's counting his
Concentration.
spell.
1,
Yeah.
2, 3, 4. Yeah, so... This is to the for the spell first.
Yes.
That 11 beats the 7, so now for the rust.
Yes.
Now for the second concentration. Okay.
Yes.
Now for the second rust. Of course.
No.
I got rusted again.
You got rusted so hard it hurts.
And oh well, I also got below half health, so
Anything else, Elliot?
that's it. That was all my defenses.
Credit defenses efforts on my attacks. Oh, bloody. Oh, wait, he was. Is this really? Why are you all?
They're idiots, usually.
Welcome to my fucking world.
This is why Kyle never goes in front anymore, because you know Deca wants to do something.
Bloody hell. What the hell is it?
Oh no! I remember the spell as someone used it to animate coins and make our DM hate him.
Okay, so they're all medium medium targets. Or no, they're all small. So +6. And do 1d8. Okay. So the first one's attack. What's a 15 +6? So yeah, that hits. Doing how much is that for small? (1d8 + 2), so like 6 damage. That does not get advantage on the or the other. I'm going to do the other one with the advantage that has it. That hits. That definitely kills it. That guy's just gonna move in and attack the one in front of Zinmar. That doesn't hit. The one flanking with Elliot. That's a hit. Doing 7 points of damage. And then that guy, sorry. That hits. As you just watch chains and piles of sticks and stuff just kind of rise up. And she will move. Zamar, it's your turn.
Okay, so we I am going to use wholeness of body. And that's my action. So, spend key to attack once, or is that my whole action?
What are you're using wholeness of body?
Yeah.
Wholeness of body.
That's an action.
Yeah.
It's the healing thing they added in Tasha's.
Okay, so you can regain up to 3 times your monk level, which would be 21.
God damn. If they were just like, you know what monks need? A healing button.
Yeah, it happened.
So my question, so I can't spend any key to like do stunning strike or anything?
I mean, the wholeness of body takes an action, so you still have a bonus action to punch, and in theory, you can use flurry of blows.
No, flurry of blows requires you to make a
You
regular
have
attack.
to.
Oh,
Yeah.
really? Okay.
Yeah. The bonus actions is kind of there. You can just do as a bonus because you are monk.
But you could do the other ones like Step of the Wind or something like that. That's
You take the dodge action.
No, the wholeness of body takes the action. Oh, no, wait.
No,
Yeah.
Step of the wind, yeah.
Use the monk.
you take a burn key to use defensive stance
Oh, right.
or
that would cost a key though.
that will cost one.
Where wholeness of body does it, it's just like it's the same thing the fighter has, except actually fucking better.
Where did I put it? I don't remember where I
I'm
put it.
surprised Justice doesn't have that, or maybe she does, and I'm afraid that it never.
Oh yeah,
I
patient.
don't think we're level 7.
No, you're level 8.
Are we?
Yeah,
I thought we were level
that's level
6.
6 anyway. Google.
Maybe I'm dumb.
To be fair though, it is.
Wholeness of body is for it's only for Wave of the Open Hand at level 6.
Oh, okay, then never mind. For some reason, I thought they put an ability on monks where every monk just gets a healing thing.
Okay, I can use patient defense as a bonus action if I spend a key.
Oh.
Correct.
The dodge action.
Oh, yeah, no, that is the way of the open hand one. Yep.
Okay, that would make sense.
Because me as a mercy monk doesn't get that.
Well, yeah, you also have fucking heals built into your kit though too.
Imagine heals upon more heals.
Dude, that I would actually cry.
Magic hands.
Magic hands and magic body.
I just say I get flurry of healing.
I know, that's scary actually. I punch them so well that I heal them.
Kind of reminds me of that old One Piece episode where Sanji kicked the crap out of that one guy and made him look better.
It's your turn.
You know, they already did well once. Let's go for round 2. Because I have a decent amount of these yet. So
Actually, I need you to roll me a wisdom save.
Uh-oh.
16.
Okay. Whatever you want to do.
7. Hold on, I'll pull up the sheet. Because I had it. God damn it!
What
I
does
don't
this
know how
button
this
do?
Because we did this last time.
Ah.
Again, we're
Okay.
facing dead people.
Who you who you putting it on?
2 looks like the most alive dead. Then, yeah, him. I don't think I have it, do I? No, because we had to talk about what I had to roll last time to look this up. Well, it doesn't matter.
Still, I need you to roll me. God, what's the number of damage on that one? Roll me 48. Or 68.
Okay, let me roll 2 more.
It's 88. Sorry.
Oh my gosh. Yeah, I'll take that.
Yeah, that's 39. That's a good number.
True, it is.
I keep forgetting to put dots on people that are not doing well.
And so this time you watch her drop some dice on the ground, and this time some purple energy just comes out in like large, almost butcherous knives and just slices this thing up.
I see an aura.
Yeah, Elliot's aura. I forgot to put that up.
That's for his saves.
And also those that are around him. Because it's not just only for him, it's for others too. Well, these two auras anyway.
Oof.
And because I rolled a 2, deck him. I'm sorry.
Okay.
Oh, no. Oh no!
Oh. Okay.
At least the 7 didn't hit.
Yeah, but the fucking crit did.
Yeah, the 20.
Hey, you know what? I'm gonna use my inspiration to make him reroll that.
I would have laughed if he crit again.
That'll still hit, but it'll be half damage I was gonna take.
I honestly would have laughed if he fucking
Ow.
crit again.
He almost crit again.
I know, which is funny.
Okay, deck him.
Okay, well, fuck that guy. I'm gonna blast him.
Hi, Jelly. I see you joined this campaign.
I cast Graviturgy.
This is a gentleman's battle. He holds out his hand and just flips down, and just this fucking cannon comes out. Run away to these 3 assholes in front of me.
Uh-oh.
Oh. Oh. That 3 in front.
There's 4 in front of him, but...
Oh, well. I think
no,
Graviturgy.
I'm not-
Okay.
Is there a
Yes.
guy over here somewhere?
No.
Oh, okay,
Yeah,
yes. I don't want to hit Mars, so I'm gonna hit these 3.
The poor animated Fire of Hot and Pan, but yeah.
Oh, no.
Well, that's fine. Oh no, I was worried. He was my favorite character. I thought he was going to live until the end.
I'm having some serious lag issues here.
I might, just because the storms are near.
Fail, pass, fail. So
Yeah.
one of them's taking 3, the other 2 are both taking 6. Fantastic damage, but that's a leveled spell. Bye!
Oh yeah, you're jumping.
Yeah.
I love that that's just like the no fuck you button.
Excuse me, pardon me, I'm going over here now.
Understood.
What the hell was that Deckham about being a gentleman's fight?
He took
He
out.
died!
Elliot was about to add he won.
I'd like to point out, this is probably all of the mental link, because we're not stupid enough to fucking yell down the street at this point.
I just
hope.
caused a 300-foot sound wave. It's weakened to...
Okay. Con save for the rust. Okay.
What rust?
Alright. This guy first. I got my, make sure I got all my other stuff on me. Yes, divine favor. Okay. Somebody doesn't know how to drive outside.
They're escaping the storm that is approaching, provoking. Someone will get that joke, I hope.
I know. Virgil. Unfortunately, there's no
Fucking love
Dante here, so second one with the funny hat.
But I'm pretty sure the devil may cry.
Let's see who cries.
Oh, that man probably definitely is.
He better be crying after this. That is 14 slashing and 6 radiant. Oh. And you know what? I'm gonna leave it at that. That's it for Elliot.
The pots and pans robot.
Where is it?
They're all gone. So that's autumn.
He's down that way. Like he went around that corner where the pillar is, so it kind of blocks the view.
No,
Right
Elliot's right here.
Oh.
Oh, you're that guy.
I said right on top of that corpse, we should move Elliot's token right there, so...
Okay,
we
yeah.
can-
Well, I just couldn't see where he was. All I saw was fucking corpse. Like, where the hell is he?
Wait,
Alright.
I think you removed the... Oh, you did, okay. Yeah.
Yeah, that's because she just killed him. Alright, so now we're probably gonna have to be on the run in about, I'd give it like a
Now.
minute.
We
Yeah.
can leave.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm just going to use 20 points of my lay on hands and heal 20 points on my wounds.
Let's just run this way and pray, I guess.
Agreed. Miss Autumn, show us the way. Or at least where your instincts are telling you to go.
What?
Hello.
What
That's-
the hell?
So I think it was locked.
Kyle, you went... Oh.
Do I see this, Moogle?
Yeah.
Huh.
Shit's right. That's happening.
What exactly is happening? And Kyle, what's wrong?
Hold on. Kyle's just gonna run back, or say to the mental, like, someone's killing these things more than us.
Look.
Are they friendly?
Don't know.
Who
There's a
cares?
lot of dead blue ghost people, though.
Probably take a look.
Yeah.
They actually collide out of curiosity.
Yeah. Huh.
Oh. I need to do something then. That's terrible. I don't like nobody can see that. I am upset by myself.
I think it's just because of the way the pillars are just seclude the light. Because it just doesn't warp around them. Huh.
I can see everything.
Who lit a literal flare in the middle of this fucking city?
Oh, look, Yorn.
Who's Yorn?
Don't worry
Yorn
about it.
what?
It's better.
Meta what? Who'd
That
you
was
meet,
fun.
Deckham?
I don't like how that light does not. That annoys me.
What, the pillars? You mean like right there?
No, the bright light gets rid of the colored lights.
Huh.
Do we see this?
I can't see that because of my angle.
Or can I just request Shift Z for this one? Can I see?
Yeah, that's kind of the weird one. He kind of stands out over there.
Huh.
Because he seems to be talking and pointing.
At us?
No, but he seems to be commanding others to do things like over here and the three back here.
Elliot through the mental link is gonna say, "Is that the Duke?"
God, I hope
No.
not.
That is one of the ones that remembers.
Remembers what?
What this was
The
before.
past.
I guess. I know it's weird, but as we go in, I remember things. It's the ones that don't glow. Those are forgotten. I guess you could say they don't have souls, but the ones that glow, they at least have names. And that's where we're going to end tonight's session.
Oof.
How did blast that one?
Kill the one with a name.
Actually, I have an idea for that guy.
Alright, so, thank you for joining us tonight for Sea of Sorrows. I'm Goth Moogle. For those of you who probably realize it, yes, this was in fact Central Yarnum.
Yep.
I figured it out, but
I totally didn't run that way on purpose.
I totally thought about putting a bigger guy in here, but I was like, the hell with it.
I was waiting for the Celtic
Yeah,
beast.
some ogre fucking hits me in the face with a brick 6 times before I've even been able to react.
I'm waiting for the Celtic beast bridge fight then. If it's not,
Yeah,
it's
then
not
you-
gonna be.
You start running and you're like, oh wait, there's dogs over here. Oh shit, dogs!
I'm low-key waiting, for the Celtic beast bridge fight where we're gonna have to fight something like that.
The cleric beast, yeah.
Yeah.
Anyway, thank you for joining us tonight. I will throw it over to tomorrow where we get to go back into the wonderful madness that is Mariner's campaign.
Hello, I am DM Mariner on Twitter, Transspace Mariner on Twitch, and tomorrow we get to play my campaign, and after just someone did a nice paint job on the walls to make the party just feel more at home, we get to see the outcome of what everyone thinks of the new paint job, and maybe some of the townsfolk might not like it as much. And I guess I'll throw it over to Miser.
Hello, everyone. This is Miser Mark. I do apologize. It seems like due to my area having a bit of a storm, the Twitch stream thing has been chopped up quite a bit. So I'll figure out something to fix that out. Anyway, I'm also the DM for Into the Wildlands on Sundays, which this coming up Sunday, the party are going to have a very brutal blood battle coming up. And you can find my content on both Twitch and YouTube under the same name of Miser Mark. And I will throw it over to next Monday's DM due to the switcheroo, Jeeves the Dingus for Drake's Salvation.
Yes, I'm excited to continue on the Dwarven War arc. I know, maybe not the players, but the party really wants to get out of this cave, and we'll see how quickly we can make that happen, depending on their decisions. So, get ready for next Monday, where the party gets to flesh out maybe the last portion of the war plan. And over to you, Zinmar.
Hello, am stream every day, well, most days, on twitch.tv/surffreeforall. Pretty much everywhere is surffreeforall. I've been streaming every day, having a grand time. Just throw it back to Moogle. I think he's the last person. So.
Yeah, so again, thank you for joining us. Good night.
Have a good night, everyone.
Well, bye.
Bye.